Madam Vice Chair and members of the Commission, we are now live.
Good evening and welcome to the January 8th, 2025 meeting of the Montgomery County Historic Preservation Commission. My name is Karen Burdett and I am the Vice Chair and will be acting as Chair for this evening. I will now ask the Commissioners and staff to introduce themselves, beginning on my left.
Commissioner Mark Dominiani.
Cristina Arado.
Jeffrey Haynes.
Julie Pelletier.
Commissioner Doman.
Michael Galway.
Dan Bruckert, Historic Preservation Staff.
Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Staff, and I'll also note that Laura Di Pasquale, Historic Preservation Staff, is also in attendance.
John Lieberts, Historic Preservation Staff.
Thank you. Our first item on our agenda tonight is the selection of officers for calendar year 2025. And Ms. Ballo, I ask you to handle this for us. Thank you.
Certainly, Madam Vice Chair. So for the selection of officers for calendar year 2025, we will entertain a motion from the floor from any member for the office of Chair and Vice Chair. We will need a motion and then a second, followed by discussion, and then it will go for a roll call vote. Would anybody like to be recognized?
Commissioner Doman?
This is Commissioner Doman. I make a motion that we nominate Karen Burdett for Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, and for Vice Chair, Jeff Haynes also nominate him for Vice Chair for the Historic Preservation Commission.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Cristina Arado, I second.
Okay. Can we do a roll call vote, please? Commissioner Dominiani?
I vote aye.
Commissioner Radu?
Aye.
Commissioner Pelletier?
Aye.
Commissioner Doman?
Aye.
Commissioner Galway?
Aye.
Commissioner Haynes?
Aye.
And Commissioner Burdett?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Congratulations to the officers for calendar year 2025.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, and Jeff and I will be sure to do our very best for you. All right. Second on our agenda is a public hearing and work session listing to the locational atlas and index of historic sites and to the master plan for historic preservation amendments related to the Clarksburg master plan. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner 3 for the record. So the purpose of tonight's public hearing and work session is to determine whether the Clarksburg Heights District and Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site meets the designation criteria for listing in the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites and the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. These two important resources shown on the slide contribute to our understanding of the former African-American Rocky Hill community. So our overall recommendations, staff will request that the Historic Preservation Commission finds the following. First, that the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site and the Clarksburg Heights District meets the designation criteria as outlined in the county code. Second, that the Planning Board adds both the site and district to the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites. And third, that the Planning Board requests that the County Council approves an amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation to designate the church and Clarksburg Heights District. So resources listed to the master plan must satisfy historical and cultural significance or architectural and design significance. The designation process includes hearings at the Historic Preservation Commission, Planning Board, and County Council, who ultimately decides whether a resource is listed. This public hearing and work session is the first step in a multi-step process. For individuals unable to attend tonight or participating virtually, there will be many additional opportunities to provide public comment to the Planning Department, Planning Board, and to the County Council. So the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery and the Clarksburg Heights District are under consideration as part of the department's ongoing Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. This sector plan is an amendment to the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan that will evaluate land use, zoning, transportation, environmental, and historic resources, among other items, to determine if there should be new land uses, zoning designations, et cetera, what would be more appropriate for today and for the future of Clarksburg. The red outline shows the boundary of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. The northern end of the plan area includes a portion of the Clarksburg Master Plan Historic District, that's in hatched red, and the Clarksburg Elementary School Master Plan Historic Site. The southern boundary largely follows Little Seneca Creek. The western boundary largely abuts Interstate I-270, and the eastern boundary extends along Frederick Road. The black pin on the map is the location of the two subject historic resources we're going to discuss tonight. Here is a zoomed-in aerial that shows the location of the church, noted with the red pin, and the Clarksburg Heights subdivision, roughly outlined in yellow. The two resources are adjacent to one another and are located on Frederick Road and Running Brook Drive. I briefly wanted to share with the Commission the robust public process today regarding the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. I won't touch on all the dates and events that the department's held on the slide, but will highlight a select few. In July 2023, staff held a community kickoff meeting and open house. In November of that year, staff completed our internal research for existing conditions analysis and presented that to the Planning Board. The Rocky Hill community was identified for evaluation as an important cultural resource. And in May of 2024, the department highlighted the significance of Rocky Hill in our visioning sessions with the community and noted our intent to recommend the designation of resources associated with this community. So to provide some background information, Rocky Hill is a historic African-American community that originated in the late 20th century to the south of the village of Clarksburg. After the Civil War, African-American homeownership in Clarksburg remained limited. George T. Williams acquired a small parcel in 1874. He later served as one of the first trustees of the present Community of Faith United Methodist Church and the now demolished segregated black elementary school. In the 1880s, the Gibbs, Wims, Coates, and Snowden families started to acquire land. By 1900, the United States Federal Census recorded 424 African-American residents in District 2 of Montgomery County. Although the boundaries of this district far exceed the Rocky Hill and Clarksburg community, at least 42 of these residents from the Davis, Foreman, Gray, Green, Hawkins, Mason, Moore, Snowden, Williams, and Wims families were later buried at the church cemetery. Their occupations of the owners and renters primarily included day laborers, farmers, mail carriers, servants, washers, and cooks. These residents not only built their homes, but also established or advocated for two essential community pillars, a school and a church. And both these institutions provided opportunities for education, social support, activism, and meeting spaces during an era of widespread discrimination in Montgomery County. So on the slide, we have an early 20th century USGS map. The red circles as the approximate location of the Rocky Hill community. You can see 355, Frederick Road running here. You can see the church with the burial ground and the cross here on the map. And then that school I was just discussing that's now demolished, the original elementary school for African-American children, was located here. So in 1886, Lloyd Gibbs and Sarah Gibbs sold to George T. Williams, Townsend Coates, and James H. Mason, trustees of the Methodist Episcopal Church, 1 acre of land as a place of worship and burial ground for $90. Burial at the property likely started around this time, as one of the oldest extant monuments marks the graves of John Wesley Snowden, born in 1847, and he died in 1886. Prior to the Civil War, Snowden was enslaved with other members of his family by Lyde Griffith on a plantation to the east of Damascus. So our oral history suggests that the congregation first held services in the homes of nearby residents and then built a wood frame structure named Pleasant View Methodist Episcopal Church at the property. The precise date of construction, however, remains unclear. In 1894, the Evening Star reported that African-American Methodists had just finished a new church at Rocky Hill. Under the pastorate of Nathan Ross, the congregation remodeled the church in 1907. In the 1920s, newspapers referenced the church as the Rocky Hill Church, and also as the Pleasant View Church. Staff confirmed the name Pleasant View with the use of obituaries and comparing them to individuals buried in the church cemetery. In 1924, the congregation lost the first church to a fire and started construction on a new church building the following year. And shown on this slide are just newspaper articles from the late 1800s to 1920s chronicling this history. So the church's oral history noted that two African-American builders from Washington, D.C. constructed the subject Gothic Revival brick church. Staff confirmed this history with research into the land records. The congregation had secured a mortgage from Charles Spurgeon Graves and Charles Green. These were two African-American builders from Washington, D.C., and that mortgage was for $7,332. And shortly after completing this building, this brick building, the congregation officially renamed the church to the John Wesley Methodist Episcopal Church of Clarksburg in 1932. Here is a photo of the congregation at a mortgage burning celebration in the 1940s on the right, and a view of the church from the 1970s on the left. So the church changed its name in accordance with national events relating to the Methodist Church, and the congregation continued to modify this building in the 20th century. In the 1970s, church histories listed several alterations to the building, including its roofing, carpeting, lighting, kitchen improvements, HVAC systems, organs, and lecterns. And before the 49th homecoming in 1989, changes to the exterior of the building occurred, which included the application of vinyl siding, replacement of windows, in addition to the accessible ramp on the facade. In 2009, the John Wesley United Methodist Church changed its name to the Community of Faith United Methodist Church, which it is called today. And on the slide, we have some current day photographs of both the church and the cemetery to the rear of the property. So the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery meets designation criteria 1A, 1D, and 2E as listed in the Montgomery County Code per the staff report. So criterion 1A, the resource has character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the county, state, or nation. The church and cemetery represents an early 20th century Gothic Revival church attended by the residents of Rocky Hill, the earliest African-American community in Clarksburg, and also for the residents of the surrounding region. The church reflects the development pattern associated with the formation of the Rocky Hill community and the lives of African Americans during an era of segregation in Montgomery County. Churches and schools, key public buildings, provided parishioners the opportunity for education, social engagement, and leadership roles. Influential members of the Rocky Hill and Clarksburg community, including the Davis, Foreman, Mason, Snowden, and Wims families, are all buried at the church cemetery. For criterion 1D, the resource exemplifies the cultural, economic, social, political, or historical heritage of the county and its communities. The church and cemetery serves as a visual reminder of a segregated life and the resilience, achievements, and contributions of African-American residents in the early 20th century. After the original wood frame church burned in 1924, the congregation pressed forward with the construction of an imposing Gothic Revival-style brick church. The church trustees hired Charles Spurgeon Graves and Charles Green, highly skilled African-American builders from Washington, D.C. These actions by the congregants, who worship more than 30 miles away from the nation's capital in a rural section of the county, reflects the prosperity of the church and its critical function as a religious, educational, and social center for the African-American community. As noted in the 1979 book, Black Historical Resources in Upper Western Montgomery County, the Community of Faith United Methodist Church is one of the largest and most architecturally notable African-American churches in the county. And finally, for criterion 2E, the resource represents an established visual feature of the neighborhood, community, or county due to its singular characteristic or landscape. The church and cemetery is the last public site associated with the Rocky Hill community in Clarksburg. The resource serves as a tangible link to the African-American community's past, providing a sense of continuity, orientation, and place as a former center of religious, social, and educational activities. The imposing brick church with an integrated tower has stood in its original location along Frederick Road for 100 years. This relationship of the church to the road remains intact. The Rocky Hill community, however, lost its other community landmarks and significant resources. In the 1960s, MNC PPC demolished the Rocky Hill Elementary School, a two-room segregated African-American school. Additionally, many homes of the early Rocky Hill and Clarksburg community members identified in previous surveys, such as the Lloyd and Sarah Gibbs House, Arthur and Ella Mae Gibson House, the Wilson and Mary Hackey House, the Clifton and Rachel Snowden House, and the Benjamin F. Wims House, along with the John Henry and Emma Wims House, have been demolished. And most of these individuals were buried in the church cemetery, and there are no sites that reflect their contributions to the development of Rocky Hill or Clarksburg in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. Therefore, the church remains as an essential feature of the built environment, and its preservation would retain the legacy of the community. Lastly, the church retains sufficient historic integrity to express its period of significance. While the church's integrity of design is affected by the late 20th century vinyl siding, the original brick remains intact, which would allow for a restoration of the exterior should the property owners pursue such efforts at a later date. While restoration of the building is never required as part of designation in the master plan, listing the property would open potential avenues to grant funding, again, if the congregation explores such a project. Shown here on this slide is staff's recommended environmental setting and incorporates the 2 parcels acquired by the trustees of the church in 1886 and the expansion for the cemetery in 1963. I'm going to shift focus now to our second designation, the Clarksburg Heights District. The mid-20th century planned subdivision is 1.25 miles southeast of Clarksburg Heights of the Clarksburg Historic District on the west side of Frederick Road, as shown on the map earlier. Francis Wilson Wims and Sarah Wims platted the 4-acre Clarksburg Heights subdivision in 1963. Francis Wilson Wims, better known as Wilson Wims, was an African-American builder and contractor. He constructed 5 of the 6 houses in the subdivision between 1963 and 1964. The subdivision helped counter widespread discriminatory housing practices and provided modern, middle-class housing and popular architectural styles for African-American residents. Shown is the plat for the subdivision, where you can see its location off Frederick Road, and the adjacent Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery, which is located here. So Wims built 3 ranch houses and 2 split-level styled houses. The 5 resources contribute to the Clarksburg Heights District. The Colonial Revival House, here it is on the slide. So Wims built the 3 ranch houses and 2 split-level houses shown on the slide. These 5 resources contribute to the Clarksburg Heights Historic District. The Colonial Revival House at 12712 Running Brook Drive is a non-contributing resource to the district. While the house is in the original boundaries of the subdivision, it was constructed in 1974 by a different builder. So here we have one of the ranch houses, another one of the ranch houses on the right. The house on the bottom right is the house that Wims built for himself and for his family that's still owned within the Wims family. And again, the house on the bottom left here, the Colonial Revival one, is the non-contributing home. Here are some aerial views of the house from 1972. Limited alterations to the building included the infill of the attached garages and breezeways. So you can see on the example on the top right, typical infill of the garage here, and the breezeways that were on some of the houses, for example, the one here, have been infilled to connect the living spaces to the garage directly. So these properties at Clarksburg Heights will always be connected to the Wims family. Wilson and Sarah Wims advocated for African Americans Rocky Hill, Clarksburg, and across Montgomery County. Stories of their generosity abound, with one memorable example occurring during a snowstorm in 1951. Severe winds, below freezing temperatures, snow and ice marooned multiple buses of students in Clarksburg. The Wims sheltered and fed 30 children overnight who resided near Boyd's and were unable to return home. In the 1950s, Wims served on an advisory committee to the Montgomery County Public Schools to expand and improve bus service from the upper sections of the county to the Carver Junior College in Rockville. Students in the area struggled with attendance due to poor transportation options. The committee advocated for better support, helped devise appropriate bus routes, and the hiring of drivers. In addition, Wims served in positions of leadership and other roles in various organizations, such as the Clarksburg Community Association, Montgomery County Recreation Board, and the Montgomery County Community Action Board. Beyond his civic activism, Wims participated in African American sandlot and semi-professional baseball leagues. In Clarksburg, he championed integration through youth athletics and emphasized the importance of sports to ease racial tensions and to create an inclusive community. And shown on the slide are photographs of the Wims family. Clarksburg Heights, in addition, housed multiple significant persons at the local level. During the Jim Crow era, African American teachers in Montgomery County struggled to find adequate housing in proximity to their schools. In 1962, the NAACP estimated that 90% of African American teachers commuted to Montgomery County from Washington, D.C. because of the lack of housing due to discriminatory housing practices. And the Clarksburg Heights District offered the opportunity for African American teachers to purchase homes in this area. So born in Montgomery County, Mary E. Johnson, who's shown in the top right, purchased a house at 12705 Running Brook Drive in 1964. Johnson had gained employment with Montgomery County Public Schools and joined the staff of the segregated African American elementary school in Poolesville. She later transferred to Selman and Edward U. Taylor Elementary Schools. Mary E. Johnson retired from MCPS after 36 years, and she passed in 2005. James Robert and Edith Gregg acquired the house at 12700 Running Brook Drive. Born in Rockville, Edith Gregg, who's the center photograph, attended Virginia State University and started her career with MCPS. She first worked as a music teacher, returned to college, and received an advanced degree in early education. She then transitioned to an elementary school teaching position. In 1992, Gregg retired from MCPS after more than 35 years of service, and she recently passed in 2021. And lastly, Katie Harper purchased a house at 12704 Running Brook Drive in 1965. Also born in Montgomery County in 1932, she attended segregated schools, including Lincoln High School in Rockville. Ms. Harper enrolled at the Maryland State Teachers College, the predecessor of Bowie State University, and received a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education. The photograph in the lower right includes a picture of Ms. Harper from college. She returned to Montgomery County and taught for 37 years in the county schools along with Prince George's County Schools prior to her retirement. James Gregg, who acquired that house at 12700 Running Brook Drive, was active in the Montgomery County community. He served on numerous boards and was a lifelong member of the local branch of the NAACP. In 1976, he filed a complaint against the Montgomery Country Club with the Montgomery County Human Relations Commission. Gregg alleged that the country club refused African American applicants. At the time, the club had an all-white membership. The Human Rights Commission ruled in his favor and ordered the club to sign a consent agreement that they provide for 5 years of free membership to the Gregg family, cease inequitable treatment of African Americans, and develop written membership requirements, and advertise that all membership were available to all interested parties. The Montgomery County Club appealed the decision and they settled out of court, but his actions created greater access to such public accommodations for African American residents, and he passed in 2017. So it's noted in the staff report, staff finds that the Clarksburg Heights District meets designation criteria 1A, 1C, and 1D as listed in the county code. So for criterion 1A, the historic resource has character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the county, state, or nation. Clarksburg Heights is a unique example of a mid-20th century subdivision in Clarksburg, planned, built, and owned by African Americans. In Montgomery County, African Americans face widespread and pervasive discrimination by land developers, property owners, and the government who used or supported de jure or de facto segregation to limit housing opportunities. Wilson Wims and Sarah Wims created Clarksburg Heights to provide middle-class housing in the Rocky Hill community of Clarksburg in 1963. Clarksburg Heights represents the efforts of the African American community to expand housing options prior to the passage of Montgomery County's Fair Housing Ordinance in 1967 and Fair Housing Law in 1968, and the federal government's fair housing provisions of the United States Civil Rights Act of 1968. For criterion 1C, the historic resource is identified with a person or a group of persons who influence society. Clarksburg Heights is significant for its strong association with Wilson and Sarah Wims, who were leaders again of the Clarksburg community. Montgomery County has recognized Wilson Wims for his dedication to civil rights. In 2006, the Montgomery County Office of Human Rights inducted Wims into the Human Rights Hall of Fame. The following year, the Clarksburg High School named their new baseball field Wims Field in his honor. In 2014, Montgomery County Public Schools named their new elementary school in Clarksburg Wilson Wims Elementary at the behest of the greater community. The significance of Clarksburg Heights, again, is enhanced by its association with its first and long-standing owners who influenced local affairs. Mary E. Johnson, Katie Harper, and Edith Gregg taught at both segregated and integrated Montgomery County public schools with over 100 years of combined service. And as stated previously, James Gregg challenged discriminatory practice at country clubs and worked to improve conditions for African-American residents. And lastly, for criterion 1D, the resource exemplifies the cultural, economic, social, political, or historical heritage of the county and its communities. Clarksburg Heights serves as a poignant reminder of the segregated life and the resilience, achievements, and contributions of African-American residents in the mid-20th century in Montgomery County. The district represents the productive lives of the Wims, Johnson, Harper, and Gregg families, who all tirelessly work to improve conditions for African-Americans in Montgomery County. And lastly, the district has sufficient historic integrity to express its period of significance. Shown is staff's proposed environmental setting. It incorporates the entire subdivision as platted in 1963, except for Outlot B, which is here on the map. This was transferred to Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery for the expansion of their burial ground. The one non-contributing resource is highlighted in red, and the remainder of the houses would be contributing resources to the district. And just to summarize staff's recommendations again, staff requests that the Historic Preservation Commission finds the following. First, that the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site and Clarksburg Heights District meets the designation criteria as outlined in the county code. Second, that the planning board adds both the site and district to the locational atlas. And third, that the commission requests that the planning board recommends that the county council approves an amendment to the master plan for historic preservation to designate the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site in Clarksburg Heights District. After this hearing, there will be hearings at the planning board in spring of 2025 and at the county council in summer and fall of 2025, tentatively. There will be many additional opportunities for the public to comment on the historic preservation recommendations as the sector plan moves forward. Here's our contact information. I'll leave it on the screen for a moment, but I'll be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lieberts. Are there any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ballo.
Madam Chair, my apologies. I should have gone over this with everybody at the work session. In the commission's bylaws and rules of procedures for master plan amendments, we have the introduction of the nomination by staff, and then we hear public comment from those that have signed up to testify, and then we have questions by the commissioners of the staff after the public has had a chance to speak, and also answer questions from the commission if you have
Thank you.
anything to talk with them about.
And we do have some people tonight here to speak in behalf of this nomination, and they are Ms. Cecile Foreman, the Reverend Cheryl Gooden, and Ms. Karen Walker. Ms. Foreman and Gooden are here in person. If you would like to come forward up to the table, please. And Ms. Walker will be virtual. Good evening. Thank you very much for coming tonight to speak. If you would touch the buttons on the speaker so they turn green, and identify yourselves, and then you each will have 5 minutes to say whatever you like to say in support of this nomination in your community.
Good evening. I'm Cecile Foreman. I'm one of the trustees from Community of Faith United Methodist Church. I've been affiliated with the church since I got married in 1960. And I've been a current trustee since 2008. And going over the information that we had received, and at various times, in speaking about Community of Faith, formerly known as John Wesley, becoming a part of the Historical Society, the church has been very much interested in that. I myself, I haven't had a chance to do a lot of investigating on it, but from the time that I've been working with the church and a member of the church, I have been very much interested in it. Wilson and Miss Sarah, they did a lot for the community, an awful lot, because they built a number of homes for the Black families where before we couldn't get homes. And I know when my husband and I were searching for property to get a home, we couldn't get one. So finally, his uncle sold us a piece of property next door to where my husband was raised on Stringtown Road. So I'm excited about this. I know it's a lot of work, and but I'm excited about the fact that the church and the community will get this recognition. And then I think maybe it's a little bit long overdue, but it's better late than never. And I'm excited about it. So, Reverend Gooden.
I'm Reverend Cheryl Gooden. I'm the interim minister right now at the church. I'm also a member. I talked to our oldest member, who's 102. Her name is Phoebe Dorsey, and she said, because she couldn't be here, she said that she looks forward to this happening, that we be recognized and the church be recognized as a historical part of Clarksburg and the cemetery, because many of her relatives are buried there, and she looks forward to being buried there herself. Her brother, Henry Cheney Sr., was part of the contractors that helped with the construction of the current church building, and he passed 2 years ago. And he was a very active member of the church also, and his son and daughter belong to our church, and they're active in our church. So many Black churches are closed down and not recognized as historical pieces of property in the South, and that includes Maryland. And we look forward to being recognized and known here in Montgomery County and in Clarksburg. There is still pockets of Black communities around in Montgomery County, and the church has been the catalyst for those groups of people and a place of worship. Our cemeteries are vast, and we look at the graves and they date way back in the 1800s. So we look forward to the council looking at us and continuing on to recognize us as a part of the historical part of Clarksburg. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Ms. Walker, or is she on? If you would like to.
I'm here.
Yes, would you
Well,
identify yourself and say you have 3 minutes to say whatever you'd like to say about this?
Okay, I'm going to keep it short. Hi, I'm Karen Walker. I am Wilson Wims' granddaughter. I'm fortunate to still live in the house that he built for himself. I just want to say ditto to everything that was said. It would be nice to be recognized and to still be here to receive the recognition. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We're all very happy to have you here for this evening. We're going to now go into our question phase where the commissioners will ask questions of the staff and of you if they would like. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Doman.
Well, I'd like to start out by thanking John for all the research. The staff does a wonderful study of the history of the churches and communities. So I think it was a very good report that we got. And I also like to thank you for taking the time to come over here and make your presentation, and I support this program. The only one thing that and I don't know if you can do anything about it, but the church now is clad in vinyl siding. And in your long-term planning or anything that you have, I think the church itself originally was a very beautiful church, being in brick, and it had some nice detail over the windows and had nice detail on the tower and everything. I think you've lost that, and I would hope in the future, as trustee or as reverend on this whole thing, that you can find it to bring it back to its original glory. I think that would be a real plus. I have no problem with the location and where it is and everything, but it's lost its significance by being covered in vinyl siding. So I'd like to see that addressed, if you could. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? If not, I have one for Mr. Lieberts. You mentioned that the school was demolished, the two-room school was demolished in the 60s. Is there any documentation or photographs of the school?
I've heard that there's photographs of the school. I've never seen them myself. Some community members have said that they have some, but they're not accessible in Montgomery history or online or anywhere I've seen. And within our own archives, they did not have photographs when they did an evaluation of the building in 1960s. So if anyone has one, I'd love to see one if anyone has.
I have a picture of the old black Negro school that was in Clarksburg. My husband, who's here with me tonight, he and I both attended that school where the flagpole is standing now. So I do have a picture of it, of the school.
Great.
That's wonderful. Mr. Lieberts will be in touch with
and I'd be willing to share it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Commissioner Pelletier.
I mean, along that line of questioning, has there been any archaeological investigation done where the school used to be? Are there foundations? Is there anything left?
To my knowledge, there's been no archaeological investigations done on that property.
Thanks.
This is Chair Burdett. As to the cemetery, the condition that the cemetery is in currently, the photographs showed a very neat cemetery. Is it in need of any work, or is it in good standing?
The cemetery is in pretty good standing. There is, some toppled headstones that could be, repaired. And I know that church and we just had conversations about this the other day about trying to provide the names of individuals who could assist with the restoration of that cemetery. And listing in the master plan for historic preservation opens up other grant opportunities as well that could facilitate the preservation of the church and the cemetery, should the property owners pursue that.
And assuming that the nomination goes through and the council approves it, what would be would there be historical markers, or what would come of this as far as the community and the church property?
So as part of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan, that plan is recommending additional interpretation of Rocky Hill in general, including any of the designated sites. We want to make sure that we call out the history of the two-room segregated elementary school as well. There's a historic marker right now inside the Clarksburg Recreation Building that really does not do justice to the history of that site. It just mentions that there was a school formerly on that site. So I think interpretation and the opportunities for that will be outlined further in the Clarksburg sector plan. And definitely, there's opportunities for the church building as well.
Yes,
Right
ma'am.
now, where the current flagpole is, there was a marker there, and that was a designation of where the school was located. So it's right there where the flagpole is, not where the current building of the center that was later built.
Yes, and I was just, I think inside that building, there's a small marker, but if you don't go inside it, you can't see it. But not
Right.
further, but absolutely, yes, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Yeah, there'll be quite a few resources that open up once this designation for the two areas go through. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Sure, this is Commissioner Haynes. I make a motion that the Historic Preservation Commission find that the Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery site and Clarksburg Historic Heights District meet the designation criteria as outlined in 24A of the county code. Two, that the HPC recommend that the planning board add the subject site and district to the locational atlas and index of historic sites. And third, that the HPC recommend to the planning board that the planning board requests that the county council approve the amendment to the master plan for historic preservation to designate Community of Faith United Methodist Church and Cemetery and Clarksburg Heights as a master plan historic site and district.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Radway, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There are no abstentions and no nays, so this has passed, and we are very happy to be part of this. During our term on this commission, we've seen several areas and properties in the county that were of significant importance to the African American community be designated, and we're very happy that these Clarksburg sites will also be included in the county's master plan. So thank you very much for coming down, especially considering the weather we've had this week. We certainly appreciate you coming. Thank you, Ms. Walker, also for testifying virtually to it for us. And again, we are all very pleased with this designation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since this is going to be a rather long evening, if you don't mind, the commission will take a 5-minute break before we get into the hops, and we'll move briskly on from there. Thank you. So we'll be back here at, what is this, 7:50? 7:50. So you have 6 minutes, commissioners. Now we're live. Good evening, we're back. We'll go on to item 3 of our agenda for tonight, which is the historic area work permits. Have the work permits been duly advertised?
Yes, Madam Chair, they were advertised in the December 25th edition of the Washington Times.
Thank you. If anyone is here to testify for any of the cases, please give a speaker form to the staff, and they will let us know that you are here to address one of the cases. We are going to begin by expediting the cases we believe can be expedited based on the staff reports. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to the following cases? Case number 3A at 515 Philadelphia Avenue, Tacoma Park. 3D at 3932 Washington Street, Kensington. 3F at 19820 White Ground Road, Boyds. 3G at 24 Quincy Street, Chevy Chase. 3I at 3904 Washington Street, Kensington. 3J at 8000 Overhill Road, Bethesda. And 3K at 3934 Baltimore Street, Kensington.
Madam Chair, hearing no objections, I move that we approve the following historic area work permits in accordance with staff reports based upon the record before us, in consideration of the recommendations of the local advisory panels, and including conditions recommended by staff. Hop number 1093441 at 515 Philadelphia Avenue, Tacoma Park. Hop number 1095479 at 3932 Washington Street, Kensington. Hop number 1050805 revision at 19820 White Ground Road, Boyds. Hop number 1096917 at 24 Quincy Street, Chevy Chase. Hop number 1097491 at 3904 Washington Street, Kensington. Hop number 1040897 revision at 8000 Overhill Road, Bethesda. And hop number 1098121 at 3934 Baltimore Street, Kensington.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Galway, I second.
All in favor say aye.
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 If there are no nays or abstentions, then these hops have been approved. And I thank you, everybody, for submitting hops that can be easily approved and by the commission. We will be now moving on to those hops that we will be discussing tonight. The first one is 3B at 7305 Holly Avenue, Tacoma Park, in the Tacoma Park Historic District. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. This is Laura DiPasquale with the Historic Preservation staff for the record. Okay, so this is a review of hop number 1093419 for replacement of existing fencing at 7305 Holly Avenue, Tacoma Park. The property is listed as an outstanding resource in the Tacoma Park Historic District and is subject to review under the Tacoma Park Historic District Guidelines, Chapter 24A of the Montgomery County Code, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. The applicant proposes to replace existing 3 to 4 foot wood picket and chain link fencing around the rear yard with new 6 foot vertical board fencing. The proposed fencing is not a full privacy fence, but the pickets have less space between them than the existing wood picket fence. The new fence would be located approximately 10 feet from the historic rear wall plane in the location of the existing low picket fencing back here. So I'll walk you through some photos showing the existing conditions. So the existing fencing around the front yard is to remain, and the replacement fencing will occur approximately 70 to 75 feet from the public right-of-way and extend around the rear yard. So a few views. Again, beginning here where my cursor is along the line there, this fencing and extending back. The existing fencing. And some more. So this is a view from the rear showing the existing rear wall plane and the location of the proposed fencing, which would replace the existing fencing here. and a closer view of the area between the rear wall plane and proposed fence line, and the approximate fence location if pushed back to the end of the historic rear wall plane as recommended by the staff in the staff report. The applicant wishes to install the 6-foot fence in the location of the existing 3 to 4 foot fence, which aligns with the rear wall plane of the adjacent historic property, which I believe the applicant will delve into. So in discussions with staff, the applicants have indicated they would prefer to maintain the existing fence line, but at a taller height. And here is a slide with the historic Sanborn map and existing planes. So the staff has recommended that the commission approve the HOP with the condition that the fencing forward of the historic rear wall plane be 4 feet or lower and of an open picket design. Staff finds that the installation of a 6-foot fence forward of the rear wall plane of the historic house alters the patterns of open space that characterize the district and is out of keeping with the guidelines in Standard 2. Staff finds that a 4-foot or lower open picket fence that matches the existing fence would be appropriate to maintain the character of the district forward of the historic rear wall plane. And staff finds that the proposed fence beyond the historic rear wall plane will be minimally visible from the public right-of-way, and that the proposed wood material and design are compatible with the district in keeping with Chapter 24A and Standard 9.
Do the commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Haynes?
I noticed in the applicant's description of work that the proposed fence is 4 foot tall, wood picket style fence, but the description was calling for a 6 foot. Is that correct?
It is 6 feet all around. I apologize if there was a discrepancy in there.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? If not, this is Commissioner Burdett, or Chair Burdett. My question is, was there an explanation given for why they can't move this fence back?
I believe the applicant can speak to that as well, but the explanation that they have provided to staff is that they have a dog who could jump over a 4-foot fence, and that the adjacent property owners are also in the near future going to be proposing to replace their fencing, and that they wish to have a continuous fence between the two properties.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward to the table. Please turn on the mic so it's green, and then identify yourself and your relationship to this project. And you will have 7 minutes to say whatever you would like to say about this. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brody. I'm the sales design for Frederick Fence and the, I guess, builder liaison between Frederick Fence and the customer. The first thing I want to clarify, the example picture of the fence, was that what we submitted? That is not what's on the signed contract. The signed proposal by the customer has existing spacing matching the spacing of the rest of the fencing in the neighborhood, which is approximately 2 inches between the vertical boards. The picture that was provided is more like a semi-privacy and not something we typically install in that neighborhood, and not what we're proposed to install there.
This is what Laura Brayton sent.
Yeah, you asked me about that when we met out there. I was confused because it was very clearly like 2-inch spacing on the picture on the signed contract, so I'm not sure why she didn't submit the correct one, but spacing would be wider and be more in line with what we typically install in the neighborhood. So there's a couple things going on. The neighbor immediately to the right at the 7303 location has given us a signed contract to do the same style fence we're proposing for 7305 around their property as well. They're the only 2 houses in the 4-house run that doesn't have a 6-foot fence going all the way around their property currently. And because they're the only ones that don't have that, there's a significant deer presence increase over the last year and a half. So much so that they're docile enough, they're coming up and interacting with kids. One almost let me pet it when I was out there measuring for their fence. The puppy that the 7305 just got is the main reason for doing the fence, but we're concerned that if we're allowed to fence in the 7303 with full 6-foot, that would push all of the deer entirely into 7305's yard. That was the first driver for wanting to do the increase from 4 foot to 6 foot. if we could go to the picture where it shows the corner of 7303. One more maybe? Two more maybe? One more, yeah, there we go. So if we need to bypass having to get an exemption for the 9 feet on the shared line running in between the two properties, the homeowner of 7303 has agreed to put that portion of the contract onto their proposal to eliminate the need for an exemption of the 9 feet running front to back from where the white picket fence in the picture ends to where the 6 foot would be allowed to start at the rear of 7305's existing rear or original rear corner prior to their addition. So what we're asking for now is to leave the white picket fence location the same with doing the 6 foot tall fence for two reasons. One, it ties in where existing 6 foot or newly proposed 6 foot will be coming off of the house, making a 90 and heading down the shared property line. And it eliminates from having to put the gate in the middle of their walkway. You can see from 2 pictures back that the walkway is a red rock. And if we have to move the fence back that approximate 9 to 7 feet, it's going to put the gate right in the middle of a walkway. We're going to have to tear up their gravel and they're going to have to regrade and rehardscape once we get everything installed. At the end of the day, we obviously will do whatever the commission asks, but we assume that the difference of 18 feet coming off the house and 6 foot, when everything around it on 4 houses on that particular row of homes on the street at 6 foot wouldn't be something that's out of the question for asking for an exception. And that really is it. It's a pretty simple request compared to some of the others that we've been here doing. And it's amiable with both neighbors. They both are very friendly terms. They've talked about this extensively prior to each signing a contract with us, and they are anxious to get started on work so they can have a secured yard for their new puppy.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Pelletier.
Well, this is a question for staff, actually. What is the historic significance of 7303? Are they in the district? Is it a contributing resource? Do they have an application in for their fence, their 6 foot fence?
They do not yet have an application in.
They were traveling for the holidays, and I just received the signed contract today.
Okay, so it sounds like we'll receive one soon. I believe, and Rebecca's pulling this up, but I believe it is a contributing resource, the adjacent property. They had an addition that was approved a few years ago that you can kind of see in the gray on the far left here.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get a better photo of
The house next door, this is Rebecca Ballo for the record, 7303 Holly is a circa 1880s Queen Anne style house. It is a contributing resource. And then 7301 Holly is a Queen Anne that's an outstanding resource. So along this block, it's all mixtures of actually quite a few, it's a majority outstanding homes, a few contributing, and the closest non-contributing resource is down the block at 7203 Holly. So this is a very intact block within the district.
So I'm curious who all has these 6 foot fences that you're talking about. You were saying that all the neighbors have 6 foot fences.
Yes, ma'am. 7307, I believe it would be, has a 6 foot tall solid board wood privacy fence around at least 2 sides of the property, the 2 that would run in adjacent or parallel to 7305. And the rear left neighbor for 7305, which would be on the street behind it, has a 6 foot tall board on board fence. And there's remnants there's been some tree damage to one on the right rear neighbor, so on the other street, but the opposite side of the yard, where there was a 6 foot fence of some sorts there, but it's been damaged extensively by trees. I wouldn't be able to tell you what style it currently is.
Okay, and do you know if those fences come to the back corner of the?
All of them meet. I was able to find both rear property pins for both lots 7303 and 7305, and all fences run exactly to the corners with the exception of 7301. It looks like it maybe protrudes a little bit past the property corner, which would be the right side of 7303.
Not the property corner, but the corner of the house, like we're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes, they all run to the
Rear corner.
corners of.
Okay.
Yes, 7303 and 7301 have a shared driveway that isn't fenced, but the 7303 side will be whenever I turn in that application, and it will come to the right rear corner of 7303
Okay, thanks.
because of the shared driveway.
Gotcha.
It'll come to the right rear corner of the new extension because of the shared driveway, sorry, not the original rear corner of the home, the rear corner of the new extension that was just completed about 3 years ago.
This is Chair Burdett. So I just want to clarify that the 7303 Queen Anne is deeper, the original house is deeper, so therefore their back house corners or it's shorter maybe. And
Shorter,
It's shorter, so its rear corner is aligning
It's
with.
approximately 9 feet further towards the front.
Okay. And again, staff, how far is this back from the sidewalk?
I think I measured that it was about 70 to 75 feet.
77 feet.
77. okay.
77 feet. And there's no driveway, there's no path, and there's shrubbery, so it's a pretty tight fit back there to get to that fence line.
There'll be approximately 6 feet visible when everything's in bloom.
Are there any other questions? If not, Commissioner Doman.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused exactly what we're asking for. And when you throw out 7503, 7501, I'm not exactly sure. In this picture that we're looking at now, the house that's on the right side, with the blue siding, what number, what one is that?
7303.
3. And the rear plane of that house is forward of the rear plane of 7305, is that
Yes, sir.
how it goes?
Depending on which spot you measure from, somewhere between 7 and 9 feet.
Okay. And right now, what I saw in the pictures is there's a chain link fence. Does that all go away then?
Yes, sir.
That all goes away?
Yes, sir. The fence would run in the same line as the chain link.
That picture that you had earlier about the, what do you call it, like a stockade fence or something, but anyway, the gaps were very small.
Correct.
And you said that does not represent what's actually going to be in. You're going to have like a 2-inch gap or 2.5, something?
So the gap that's in the white picket fence in the current picture is approximately 2 inches.
Okay, so
And
it'd be
when we-
similar to that.
Correct. We try and keep the same spacing that at least the homes that have the existing picket fence, we try and retain that spacing if we're installing a picket fence.
So the issue is that this proposal brings the fence in a way, I don't know, 7 feet or whatever, in front of the rear plane is the issue before us.
Correct. There's an extension on this house as well, which I guess is really common on this street, because this is, I think, the third one I've done. The original rear corner of the home on the left in this picture is about 7 to 9 feet behind where the rear corner of the blue house is. And because we're going to be bringing a 6-foot fence off the corner of the blue house, we would like them all to meet in the same spot. Kind of secondary, but we are running white spear top picket on the blue house's contract from the front yard down to meet this 6-foot fence, so that it's white picket fences on both front yards and the shared line down to where the 6-foot fence, proposed 6-foot fence would start.
And then in this little drawing that's on the screen that's in front of us, does that mean the proposal is to come 7 feet in front of the rear plane? Is that what it's showing me?
Yeah, it's tough to see in that picture with the zoomed angle, but there's a small step in, approximately 18 inches, where the house runs parallel down the sideline and then steps in about 18 inches to 2 feet. And that little step in that's hidden by the tree is where the existing white picket fence is at. And to go to the original rear plane of the home would be going back to the picture that she was just on prior to this one.
Okay, I have to think about it. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
This is Chair Burdett again. Was there any discussion with this applicant or the neighbor about keeping the fence, the picket fence low, but then adding one of those wire or mesh fences?
The deer fence
The deer
extensions.
fence extensions?
We've talked about what we would have to do if this was denied. Aesthetically, it just doesn't look good, especially when you're gonna have 6-foot fence right next to it, coming off the neighbor's house and down that part of the shared line. But we understand that this may not be the right answer, and we have to look at other alternatives. It is a little bit more expensive, along with the additional work that they'll have to have the gravel path there either re-widened or redone after we kind of tear it up from doing the fence. So we're trying to keep the expense at a minimum if possible before we start looking at those additional options.
I don't know if this is for you or for staff, but the adjacent neighbor would have to also meet the 4-foot height requirement as well, correct?
So typically, our standard has been that staff can approve fencing that is 4 feet or lower forward of the historic rear wall plane. So in this case, the adjacent properties' historic rear wall planes differ by about 7 to 10 feet. So theoretically, they could install a taller fence behind their own rear wall.
Oh, okay, so that's where that is. They can do the 6 feet, but this applicant can't. If they push it back, which creates a dogleg effect back there.
3 fences tying in at 3 separate spots
Yeah.
in a 9-foot space.
So the question before us, I guess this is going back, Commissioner Pelletier has a question.
I just need some clarification. So what you're asking is to run the 6 foot straight across from house to house.
In the existing location of the white picket fence.
Right, and so that fence, that 6 foot fence at 7305 would be non-compliant, but it would be compliant, like they can do it by right at
To
7303.
correct.
Got it. Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
I had to ask Laura to come out to the site to visit because we went through this on the phone and it just was not working.
All right. Supervisor Ballo, you're looking at me.
I just wanted, thank you, Chair Burdett. For the record, again, this is Rebecca Ballo. I might say or might suggest from the conversation, the commission, you have the case in front of you for this property. It is speculative what's going to happen next door. We don't have an application for what's happening next door. I understand that is certainly their intention. They're working with Mr. Barger right now under a contract, but things happen and it may not get built. We have also had a number of cases for fences where next-door neighbors come in as joint applicants for their cases, and then the commission can consider how the entirety of a run of a fence is going to work between property lines. That happens a lot. So in terms of basing your decision, I would just say you have the case in front of you for this property, understanding what the neighbor intends to do, but they don't have a hop in front of us tonight.
Thank you, that's understood. All right. Would anybody like to,
One more question.
Commissioner Haynes?
So going back to the idea of pushing the fence to the rear wall plane, what other hardship is there other than you're going to have to move some stone around, which I don't think is a big hardship?
So if we run the fence at an angle, meaning that it angles towards the back of the property slightly, we won't have to cut down the 1 4-inch tree that's currently at the fence line of the chain link shared line between the 2 homes. If she keeps going through, you'll see a picture of the tree. That lowest one from the top cluster, it'd be, I think, the 3rd tree back from the white picket fence. We'll have to run the fence at a slight angle towards the back of the property coming off the side of the house to miss that tree. Fences look better when the lines are straight. As far as a hardship, none of it, in retrospect, with everything going on in the world, none of this is a hardship. We're just asking because we're already, again, it's speculative because it's not installed yet, but we are under contract with a deposit from the neighbors that since we were doing that, we would hope the commission would take into account that that fence would be in the same spot as the one coming off the neighboring home, with all 4 of the fence posts tie-on locations terminating at 1 singular post for the cleanest look from the street.
Well, given the distance from the street, I think that offset's not really going to be noticed from the sidewalk, so.
That was my feeling.
Yeah, so my, I don't know if this is the time that we provide solutions, but I suggest pushing the fence back to the rear wall plane to get your 6 foot, adjusting the angle as you've noted, and then we'll deal with the neighbor when they come in.
Commissioner Doman?
To follow up a little bit what Rebecca Bauer had to say, obviously we don't have a how before us for the the other house and the one on the side. So we only have one to consider right now, I
No, I
think.
understand. We'd hope to have them in, so I didn't have to come to a second one.
Would your applicant consider working, so you could come at the same time? I mean, can you get a contract on the other house to put the 6 foot fence up and then come back in and say, we have
So I have the
a visual
contract.
impact that it would be a straight fence across both properties? And right now, we can't do that because we don't have a house before
Right,
us.
so I do have the signed contract. You're meaning have a hop on file and apply for approval
Well, I was
for
wondering if we
both of
couldn't
them.
do, if you could wait, or if the
Okay.
client could wait, the applicant could wait,
Okay.
and
No,
we
we-
could see both of them at the same time.
If that's what we have to do, obviously we'll do whatever you guys tell us to do. We were just trying to get this done sooner for the dog that's already been pushed from the previous meeting that we missed. And then we travel for Mr. Sebring, unfortunately didn't allow him to get the stuff in for us to get onto this meeting, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of
have both hops
unusual.
on file and ask for approval for both would be the solution you're suggesting.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual that one house qualifies and the other one doesn't qualify, but yet they're in the same place. That's what's unusual.
Okay.
I wish
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
take
know
it
what-
back. I'll take it back to Ms. Crawford and see how she wishes to proceed.
I have a question. On the fence that's perpendicular to the street, that's between your two properties, is that one allowed to be 6 feet all the way up to the corner? Or is that only allowed to be 6 feet to the back corner of the historic house? Like, is that whole corner, that sort of non-compliant 6 foot corner, is that all 4 feet? Or is it 6 feet meeting a 4 foot? You know what I mean?
We'd be bringing 4 foot from the street down to the rear plane of 7303 as per our signed contract. So you'll have 4 foot meeting where the 6 foot comes off of the blue house. And then from that point down, it would be allowed 6 foot because it wouldn't be exceeding the rear plane of 7303.
So even the one that's perpendicular to the street has to be 4 feet in front of the rear wall, the corner, historic corner of the house?
That is, yes, what our staff recommended and what we would have approved at the staff level.
Okay.
So this is Chair Burdett. I'll sit here and if nobody else has any more comments, you want Commissioner Edu?
I don't know if like this is, I didn't have questions, but I have a comment, so I don't know
Go
if
right
like there
ahead.
is a
Yeah.
time for comment. I mean, I look at this property and it seems like this is the deeper house in the whole block street. It's 75th Street from the street. It's going down, also sloping. So I just personally feel like this 4 foot versus 6 foot is not really critical for this location. So I would be willing to go with the 6 foot and the location there, just because of the distance and the slope.
Madam Chair, this is Rebecca Ballo again. Ms. DePasquale and I were just talking about this as well, and given that there was some inconsistency in the images that were provided to the staff, we were basing the report, because we made a recommendation tonight on another case in Kensington about having a 6-foot tall fence forward of, where it had been before because of the configuration of that lot. We were really basing our recommendation off of the image that was provided from the property owner that Mr. Barger is saying is actually not the correct image of the fence that's going to be installed. That the fence that's going to be installed has a wider gap in it and will appear much more like a picket fence as opposed to what we saw was much more of a privacy fence. So given that information, if we have, a new image, the applicant could provide that to us, given the slope, given that that really isn't the fence that they're intending to install and how far back it is from the street, staff tends to be in agreement that the location is probably fine. That it really is a judgment call, case by case basis, but that was new information for us tonight as well.
So Ms. Ballo, are you saying that this would move into the staff approval range?
No, it would still need a HOP approval from the HPC. The staff couldn't approve this.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to just weigh in here with my opinion. I'm usually a stickler for the rules, but in this case, this photograph in front of us right now is a little deceiving because the fence looks a lot closer to the sidewalk than it actually is. And I don't have a problem with it being forward of the back rear plane of the house to where it is setting right now, if it will make a clean line across to the neighbor's property and fence. Even if, for whatever reason, that changes, it's still going to be a more cohesive look. I don't think much is gained by pushing that fence further back, even with taller height. And knowing how the deer in this area tend to assume all property is their property to play with, it's very hard to keep them out of your backyard, and I speak of personal experience, if you don't have a tall enough fence. So I would have no problem with the fence being installed where the applicant has said they would prefer it, and with the revised image, I think if they can provide that, that would be appropriate. It'd be also nice to just get a documentation of some sort included with this HOP, that the neighbor will be submitting their HOP in short order, or there is a signed contract so that we know that it is coming. So I'm actually in favor of what the applicant is asking for. Does anybody else disagree or agree? Commissioner Galway.
This is Commissioner Galway. I really am a stickler for the rules. Only one question that I had is there an opportunity on 7303 when they put their new fence in to move it back 10 feet so they are aligned? I can't tell from the photographs where it hits.
I think that's going to put the fence in the middle of a window on the new addition that was just completed, because that was one idea we had talked about after meeting with Laura outside with the customer, Molly Crawford.
All right.
It's going to put it right in the middle of that window, which would, I'm sure 7303 wouldn't be very thrilled about.
Exactly.
It honestly, where the existing picket fence is the cleanest look and cleanest install spot, just because of the walkway. We can set the gate post on the outside of the walkway. No additional hardscaping, cleanup, or relocating needed. And then that's also going to tie the 4-foot picket fence running from the front towards that specific point together, along with the 6-foot off of 7303, all at one post. So you have 4 runs of fences, 3 of them 6-foot, 1 4-foot, all meeting at one post for a very clean look. From the street, you probably won't see it, but I'm sure the homeowners that live there and look at it every day will appreciate that as well.
Understood.
Are we there now? Would somebody like to make a motion, or?
Would you entertain a motion?
I would entertain a motion, please.
Okay, I move that we approve the HOP at 7305 Holly Avenue without the staff recommendation that the fence which is in front of the rear plane be 4 feet, I'm willing to accept 6 feet, and that it must also be of an open picket design. That's it.
This is Commissioner Pelletier, a second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any nays or,
Nay.
there's one nay? The
Two
aye-
nays.
2 nays, but the ayes carry. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You did a good job for your client.
These are tough down here, but this was probably the most confusing for the simplest run. You're good.
All right, moving on, our next one is HOP number 3C at 9403 Warren Street, Silver Spring in the Linden Historic Districts. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. This is the staff report. I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. We'll get to that one shortly. Here we are. Sorry. Yes, this is the staff report for 9403 Warren Street in Silver Spring, top number 109-2049. This is a contributing resource to the Linden Historic District. It's a bungalow constructed circa 1923. This is to be reviewed under the Linden Historic District Master Plan Amendment, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. The applicants propose to construct an addition to the left, which is the north side of the house, and to restore the front and rear porch. Staff already reviewed the porch work and determined that it is in kind and does not require a HOP, but did note that it is eligible for the county's historic preservation tax credit. So again, this is the subject property. It's a pretty standard side gable bungalow with large front and rear dormers on the second floor. Sided in vinyl. The wood underneath is described as in poor quality. And then this is the proposed location of the addition, again, to the north of the property. And staff notes that the garage was approved in a 2015, I believe, HOP approved by the HPC. So the proposed addition, again, is going to expand the kitchen on the ground floor. See the dashed line where the existing wall is. So it's going to expand the family room and the kitchen on the first floor, and then create a master suite on the second floor comprised of a bedroom, bathroom, and walk-in closet. So again, side projecting, the proposal is to side it in vinyl with a Parge CMU foundation and Anderson 400 series windows. And then this is the rear. Again, large dormer in the historic house. This uses a shed dormer for additional headspace and occupiable space in the addition. So staff finds the majority of the proposed materials are compatible with the character of the house and the surrounding district, including the Anderson 400 series windows, the Parge concrete foundation, and asphalt shingles. Those are all appropriate under 24A8B2 and D and Standard 2. Staff does not find the proposed vinyl siding to be an appropriate material, even though it matches the existing siding on the house. This material contravenes 24A8B1 and 2 and Standard 2. The condition of the existing wood siding is in poor condition, so the applicant wouldn't be required to match that. However, for additions in most historic districts, staff would find fiber cement siding to be an acceptable substitute, as it is millable, paintable, and it creates an appearance that is closer to historic wood siding. And more information is needed on the doors before staff can provide a recommendation. The larger issue is that staff finds the placement of the proposed addition to be out of character with the district and the historic house, and in violation of standards 910 and 24A8B1 and 2. Additions are typically required to be behind the historic resource to preserve the primacy of the historic construction and to preserve the apparent mass of the historic building. The National Park Service, in its Interpreting the Standards Bulletin number 37, says, whenever possible, new additions should be constructed on the rear elevations where they have less of an impact on the building's historic integrity. The HPC has approved side projecting additions in limited circumstances, usually where there are site-specific constraints, but in those cases, the addition is still placed to the rear of the historic house, so the hierarchy of the historic construction over the new is preserved. So staff finds that the mass of the proposed addition will have a negative impact on the character of the simple side gable form and will disrupt the house's symmetrical form, contravening standard 9, and that even though the house is on a corner lot and the sides and rear are visible from the right-of-way, staff finds a rear addition could be designed to better preserve the outline of the historic house. Because the rear elevation is less architecturally significant, more extensive changes should be permitted on the rear in accordance with 24A8B2 and D and Standard 2. Staff notes that a residential building permit was actually applied for this property 2 weeks before the HOP, and the HOP application included full engineered drawings. Staff provided the applicant with some preliminary design feedback and recommended revisions and encouraged the applicant to proceed with this design as a preliminary consultation, but we've proceeded with the HOP. So staff recommends the HPC deny the application under 24A8A for contravening 24A8B1 and 2 and standards 2 and 9. And below is the language for 24A8A, which is the instances when the HPC should deny a historic area work permit. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Haynes?
In the testimonial by Oakton Hammer, they've submitted another drawing showing an addition off the back plane of the house. Is that a earlier version than what is in the application, or?
That was after the completion of the staff report and the submission. So that's a new concept that staff hasn't conducted any analysis on.
So is that to be not considered? Should we?
It's part of the applicant's testimony.
Okay.
However, the HOP application, as it was presented with the staff report, is what's under consideration under this permit number right now.
Thank you.
So this is Chair Burdett. So we can, when they do their testimony, they can present this alternate plan, but it won't make a difference to the HOP in front of us tonight. They will have to come for another HOP or a revision to their HOP, correct?
Yes, Chair Burdett, as a little bit of background, the applicants sent us this additional information, and we gave them a series of choices for the additional information. We said that we could take that, this was in discussions last week, we said that it could be scheduled as a preliminary consultation at the January 22nd hearing with that information. We said instead of having the hearing tonight on the denial, that could be dropped down to a prelim, but that also no new information could be considered. And the applicant indicated they wanted to go forward tonight with what was originally submitted. And they have this additional information. So I let them know they can use their testimony to present whatever they want to the commission, but your decision tonight can only be based on what was duly advertised for the HOP.
And depending on what our decision is, their next step would be another preliminary?
Well, tonight, again, we have a certain set of information and a staff report in front of you for a historic area work permit.
Yep.
The commission can approve with conditions, deny, or defer the application, and you can defer it to a subsequent preliminary consultation. You could defer it to another HOP hearing. We have already advertised for the January 22nd agenda, so any deferral would not be able to be heard until February. However, again, we did give the applicants the opportunity to have a prelim on the January 22nd agenda. They chose not to do that. So the next available agenda would be in early February.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Or we shall move on then for the applicant's testimony. Cynthia and William Malloy, and you will have 7 minutes to present your case. And if you just go up and make sure that the mic is turned to green, identify yourselves and your relationship to this case.
You got the timer? Okay. It seems that you've gone through everything that we've talked about and stuff, and you have decided.
Excuse me. You need to tell us your name.
Oh,
and-
William Malloy.
Okay, and?
I'm Cynthia Malloy.
And you are the owners
That is
Yes.
correct.
of the house? Okay, thank you. Now, please go forward. Now, would you can say whatever you like, but maybe you'd like to describe or discuss your new plan that you submitted that isn't part of the HOP for, just so,
The new plan?
well, either explain your old plan and why you want that, and then kind of,
No, I would take the new plan over the old plan. The problem I don't want to see is that I come back in and you say you can still see it from the street. It is behind, but it leaves the integrity of the building. The integrity of the building, if you put something on the back, is gone. It's completely unhistoric. You trashed the place. It's wrong. But if you do put it back far enough, you know, and it looks like the garage. So I see there couldn't be any, you know, you obviously approved the garage. It'd be directly in front of the garage, and it's behind the building. I've made it, it keeps the upstairs intact the way it was. And I just take away a walk-in closet in order to get through to the new master suite, so to speak. So when I got to that one, I already believe that's a better plan anyway. And after listening to this, the study, it seems like the first plan's got nowhere to go. And the problem with putting it in the back behind is it just takes that symmetry of that house apart. When I set it back, all the way back, it leaves the rear of the house as the front of the house, you see, and the only thing there's a bathroom back there that gets included in the addition. But that's already sided and done, and is not part of the porch. So I believe that is probably something that might pass this group here. As far as the siding goes, I mean, fiber cement is fine. I thought we had to keep with, the prescriptive method is throw it in the back, keep everything the same. I would rather go to the original, but we've gotten into, and we did the porches and stuff, that is not, we'd have to replace everything on it, you know? And I don't see that happening. Because all of if you know about the way the place is built, it has open eaves and everything, and then none of the center bead decking that would have been up and around there is there anymore. And the overhangs would have been, and to do that, we'd have to rebuild the roof and rebuild the eaves and everything, and it's gotten into too much, you know, of an effort.
We're trying to maintain the integrity of the historical part of the front of the house and the back of the house as a symmetry. The house can be seen from both sides because it is on a corner lot, and you actually see more of it off of Linden than you do off of Warren.
okay, can we ask you questions now?
Sure.
I think, okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? I would ask the staff to pull up, maybe in sequence, there's one, in the original application, there is one image that shows the corner lot and the location of the first hop. Not that, it's a drawing. Oh, that's nice. There, that works, okay. So basically where you have the gazebo now, that would be where the addition would go to. How far would it be from the garage? Or would it attach to the garage?
16 feet, no, it's going sideways, so there's about 32 or 34 feet to the garage, so it would be, but it's a little more than, we're coming off at 7, 6 feet, and 10, 16, 23. Yeah, about 16 feet from the garage.
Okay. And you would be off the setback requirement for your side yard or side
Oh, the side yard,
property line?
that's plenty.
Okay.
It's a double lot, basically. And we're thinking building on the side between the two houses, that's where all the space is. Also, where it wouldn't overload the lot, et cetera.
So your position now is that you would rather go with this revised plan that you submitted?
Yes, we just wanted to get in here and get an idea of whether we're, barking up the wrong tree again, kind of a thing. So we would like, it was to get an answer. We already had it all set up to come here anyway.
Okay.
So we might as well, show up and see how things work.
Commissioner Doman.
Thank you for coming in. So staff recommendation was to deny the plan that you put forth originally. And if I understand correctly, you're saying you're not going to consider that anymore. So that is not a topic of, I mean, it's on the table now, but you have moved on and you put forth a different design now in your testimony that we have before us, correct? I know
Correct.
that. Are you working with an architect, or do you have?
I'm design build for 49 years, so I have a pretty good idea. I've
So-
worked on many historic structures from 1907. I mean, this house was built in 1903. I don't know where 26 comes from, because 1906 is another number that was thrown out by the Historic Society, but it was actually on the deed, it's 1903. So I don't know what the thing is, but I did the Miller Library right around the corner, so I've done a lot of historic stuff.
Okay, okay. I did drive by the property, and as you have said, the backyard is viewable. I don't know, I can't remember, is that Linden Street? I guess Linden Street. So if you put it on the back, it's completely visible on Linden. If you put it on the other side, it's on Warren Street. So your argument was it didn't make much difference. But if you come in right now, the design that you put forth with your additional testimony that's before us doesn't have like a elevation view. We don't know how many windows or what's going to be in there. We don't know exactly what the roof line's going to be. So you're beholden then to come in with more information then.
Oh, I've already drawn up a whole set with four elevations, everything.
But that's not before us now, correct?
You have.
We sent it in, but they said there's no way to.
But you already have from the original. The original application does have elevations.
True, but I'm talking to your revised one that came with your testimony, the written testimony.
The revised, the
Correct.
latest one.
There's an
Yes,
additional
there are
information that came in
elevations.
later.
There are elevations for the
Yes.
revised
Do we have them?
and floor plans.
I don't see them.
You don't have the pictures?
Again, this was what was given to staff that the applicants asked to present out to you at the hearing. So we submitted their written testimony,
that's
but did
not
not
it. They're
upload the
talking
new
about the other
drawings to the board book, because it was not part of the HOP. But we indicated that we would be happy to present out, to
Oh, yeah,
allow them to
because
share out
are
those
there
new
4
drawings to
pictures
you
here?
tonight as part of their testimony.
Oh.
Okay.
If they had anything to submit in person too, we'd be happy to pass that out to the commissioners.
It might be worth to pass it out, but but let's be clear about what we cannot approve a revised HOP because it hasn't been revised. We can kind of set the first, defer the original HOP application because that's not what you want to do, but we're still going to need to see a HOP in early February, hopefully, that would have enough information to it that we could approve that HOP at that meeting. Not a preliminary, but a HOP, which puts it on to you to get us enough information that we're like, oh yes, this makes sense now. we can look at what you brought tonight, but we can't approve it tonight.
Oh, I got that part.
Okay, so that's, I'm willing to have everybody look at what we will see in greater detail in early February.
That's, so the applicant can submit whatever testimony they would like, and that can include, printed exhibits that we can pass out at the dais for you, and that will go into the record.
Yes.
Yep. And then in terms of what could, sort of the options for next time, one of the other reasons, this was not a complete HOP application. We don't have all, even if staff had agreed that this was the right location and the right space and the right massing, we don't have nearly enough information for this to be considered a complete HOP.
Okay.
Right.
Nor do what they have submitted so far, which is a revised version that has elevations and everything like that, which is really still more at the level of what we would consider a prelim for the commission to consider. But you can also just defer it as a HOP until February too. And I'm sorry if I'm confusing.
No,
this
no,
with that.
we appreciate you want to get this done and get going, but I think we need to defer this to the next available meeting, commission meeting that we can have, which would probably be early February, so that you and staff can prepare a complete HOP with the new information and the new plans. They can review the new plans in detail, make sure everything's what it needs to be, and then we can vote on the HOP at the next meeting, which, assuming it's approved, would move you forward. If we do a preliminary at the next meeting, that allows us to discuss it and all of that, but you'd still need to submit a HOP after that as well. So that puts it out again.
It does, Chair Burdett. And in terms of adding an addition to a prominent corner lot property, that can be tricky. And we recommend to applicants for new builds for single-family houses, but also for substantial additions on prominent lots, they should plan for several months with preliminary consultations at the commission before submitting their final historic area work permit and have all those details squared away. For example, we have 3 prelims on the agenda tonight. It can, and this is how we counsel people, it can take several rounds, and we try not to set the expectation that just because something is on the agenda, it's definitely going to go through. It's an iterative design process that the commission is here to help with.
And that is true. I mean, simply because we have a sketch you've presented, you've added to this, doesn't mean that even in the next round, we would approve the HOP. It's just a chance we would approve the HOP. You could do a preliminary, and then the next meeting, if we are okay with the preliminary, then present a HOP with all the information. And that one would, if there aren't any major issues, that one would be likely to be approved at that point. So, yes, Commissioner Doman.
Did you, to Rebecca, this is Commissioner Doman, did you say it's too late for a preliminary meeting at the next HPC meeting? There's no way that they could come in with a prelim at our next meeting.
The January 22nd agenda has already been advertised. However, there is a provision in the bylaws that at the discretion of the chair for emergency situations, which we've done this before, with permits or there's damage to people's houses, but for whatever. If the chair deems something an emergency situation, then at their discretion, something can be added, a case can be added to an agenda after it has been advertised, and then the burden of the mailings for all of the adjacent property owners is on the applicant. So we would amend the agenda and give them the mailing addresses of everybody that they would then need to send out the mailing information for that if the commission and the chair so chose to do that. That's the only way we can get a new case added.
And in this case, we're not dealing with a damaged property. We're not dealing with an emergency situation. You've applied for your permit, your construction permit, correct?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
You have applied for your permit, your building permit, but it's on hold right now until you come through us.
Correct. We understood
Yes.
that
Yeah.
that's how we would.
I had thought that's how the process went.
It does, yeah.
And then I spoke to zoning, and zoning, an official at zoning said, no, has to go this way. And there's a drop-down menu that comes up, and you have to click historic.
Yeah.
So but we weren't trying to circumvent anything. That is not what we were doing. okay?
Understood.
It just wasn't clear.
Yeah. Have you talked to zoning about your revised plan at all?
No.
Okay.
So I will read the provision. So there is no definition for an emergency application. However, the bylaws say in section 1.3C, notice of public appearance, emergency applications added to agenda. At the chairman's discretion, emergency applications may be added to the agenda of a public appearance. It shall be the responsibility of the applicant to hand-deliver notices of the emergency application to all adjacent and confronting property owners, local advisory panels, and other interested parties. The applicant shall obtain written verification that such notices were received and shall present these verifications to the commission staff prior to the public appearance. So it really is at the chair's discretion as to what constitutes an emergency.
And what is on our agenda for the next meeting? Is it as heavy as this one?
So for January 22nd, we will have the public hearing for the ComSat designation, and then we have 8 historic area work permits, and we were hoping to do the illustrated deck and porch design guidelines, but maybe not. I think that ComSat is going to be the largest item on that agenda that may take several hours.
My recommendation to you is to work with staff with the expectation you'll come in February, early February. And with that, the effort to notify the neighbors falls on staff, not you. And that will allow you to work with staff to put together a really complete hop and for you to work out your new design and check everything about it so that when you come in, it is really tight and we can look at it and judge it as is without sending you away like we need this information and that information. We will have a good chance. You can do a preliminary if you and staff decide that you're not quite there yet, we can do a preliminary in February, early February, and you can come back for a hop in late February or early March. Now, I know this sounds really inconvenient and tedious, but it's what we recommend simply because it is the clearest path for you to get you to a point where you're going to move forward and we will be happy with what you have, and you can go ahead and go start your construction. And we won't be going over and over and over things. A very complete hop is very important for us, and one that's approvable. So that's what I would recommend, is talk with staff and decide what you're going to present in the early February meeting. Commissioner Ball, or Supervisor Gallo?
Sorry. I was just, Commissioner Radu had her hand up. I didn't know if you saw.
Yes, thank you. Well, I would recommend that, this seems like a tricky design, corner lot. Not having seen facades or anything, other than the plans I saw and the testimony, I am not convinced that the new proposal is that much better. Just trying to imagine the volume of the house and everything. And other than the fact that it's pushed back, it's not clear it's going to be smaller or how the roof lines, what will happen there. So I'm also, I don't want to throw more, but it's almost like a preliminary here now. So I want to add something about the current scheme. I understand the regulations, addition goes to the back, but the guidelines send whenever possible, and I'm not saying it's not possible, but just looking at how the lot situation is, almost like I feel like this, what's shown on the screen now, might be the better location if the addition would be slightly smaller and the original house would still continue to read, but Sorry to bring more issue.
If I can.
Commissioner Haynes?
It's, the house is basically a two-bedroom house, okay? And in today's architectural styles and things that are going on with homeowners, a two-bedroom house is, I mean, maybe 30, 40 years ago, a two-bedroom house was okay for a family because they all just kind of piled in the bedrooms, but these days, it doesn't work.
And sorry, just to answer to that, I mean, I'm not necessarily, I'm not saying that this is large in itself, I mean, just the entire, what you're proposing. I think there's some things that don't work, for example, that dormer, and as I said, I don't want to go into discussion of the solution because you might pull it back, but maybe even tweaks might get you, I don't know, what other commission.
Commissioner Haynes?
If I can extend that comment a little bit further, your drawings are inconsistent. When I look at your 2D elevation drawings, even between the front elevation and the side elevation, the eave lines are different from drawing to drawing. That's really important for us. If you look at the distance, and your model is way off compared, the 3D model is way off compared to the elevation. And so that's affecting our judgment or our evaluation of the design. So if you look at your proposed side elevation drawing, I guess it's page 210, there's a lot more space, wall space between your addition and the main house. But when you look at your model, there's like 1.5 feet. It's a totally different read than.
What are we looking at?
I'm looking at your proposed side elevation, drawing, 2D drawing. Yeah.
Oh, the one for this?
Yeah, for the current, for the scheme
Can you pull
that's.
that up, please?
Oh,
Can you pull
I
that
don't-
up, please?
Yeah, so go to the next page.
That's the front elevation.
Well, even this one.
What are you?
No, but I need to see the side elevation. Is there,
Please give me 1 second, I'll pull that up from the application form.
well,
Sorry, just a second, we're going back in the file folder.
yes, that one. So you're showing the addition eve down at the main house porch eve. But when you, and see the distance between the two ridges, the addition ridge, rake, I should say, the addition rake and the main house rake is probably 5 feet. When you go into the front elevation and the back elevation, your eve lines don't align as it suggests in your side elevation. In the model that you provided, the blue drawing, that's not even close to these drawings. And so you're not helping your case because we're trying to evaluate the massing of this and it's not drawn accurately. The drawings are crude by an architectural standard, and that's affecting our perception of the project, particularly the massing. So you have to get that part accurate, otherwise, you know, you're not helping yourself. I think you ought to, I kind of agree with Commissioner Radu's comment that you're on a corner lot, you do see both the front and the back. I think if you could push this, make the addition slightly smaller, push it back so that the back plane of the addition aligns with that powder room. I think that would
That's what I
help.
did on the second plan.
No, you didn't. You took the whole addition and you put it all the way back. It's
Well,
much
you just want
different.
to push it back halfway? I did that on another plan. I didn't
Well,
bring it
maybe you
in.
did, but we haven't seen that. And your dormer in the model is much bigger than what's shown on the drawings. And you don't want that dormer to be the same size as the main house dormer. We really want the main house massing to be the dominant reed and the addition to be the secondary reed. So it needs to be pushed back. The front dormer needs to be smaller or the size that you're showing in your 2D drawings, and your drawings just need to be better drawn. You couldn't even get a permit with this. If that's what you submitted, I wouldn't, that's not even approvable from the DPS point of view. So I give you that advice only to say that we're primarily looking at the blue 3D model drawing and saying, that's way too big. And in actuality, may not be. I don't know, because your drawings are all over the place, and you need to make them consistent and accurate for us to get a proper read. But I think you should try and pull it back, what you have, so that the main block and the addition are farther apart, front to back. And that might just do it.
So that was my middle plan.
Yeah, well, we need to see your middle plan then.
That's all right. I was,
So am I hearing that this hop should be deferred?
I think we should defer this hop, and you should come in for a preliminary to make sure that you're on the right track. I think if you push it back, you are, but there's too much question marks here to assure that you get a hop if you go for a hop. I think you should come back for a preliminary, let us work through the kinks, and at that point, we'll give you a really good idea if we approve it going forward, or what you'd need to do to get it approved at that point. I think it would be worth the time and effort.
And Ms. Ballo, did I hear you say that our next meeting, which has already been advertised, but we're supposed to be talking about porch materials?
That is on the agenda.
That would be a very appropriate thing to go ahead and have next meeting, because from your photographs, your existing porch needs some work.
They already, they're planning to replace that all in kind.
Okay.
And have done much of the work already.
Oh, okay,
So
never
that'll be
mind.
okay.
Never
But I
mind.
know, but to that point too, there are other architects that we deal with regularly. Folks have been asking for the updated porch guidelines. So if that could fit on an agenda, we'd love to keep it there.
So if everybody, Commissioner Galway.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Galway. Real quick, it's a beautiful home. I have to agree with the other commissioners that with that addition on the front, and you could argue, well, the side, the front, but the front is just so appealing as it is, and I just would encourage you, don't ruin that, and I think from an addition standpoint, even though you would see it from Warren or the other side street, I think I would much prefer to see it set back and allow the front of this house just to, it's majestic, and I just think, you just don't want to ruin that. So I think that would be my only input.
you were saying setback?
Well, I mean toward the rear, the addition toward the rear, you're still going to see it from the side, but I think the front view is just so appealing that I just wouldn't want to see that ruined. Thank you.
Any other comments okay, so we're suggesting you defer this hop, speak with staff. I would go over the requirements for this district as far as placement of the addition. But you've heard some comments, interesting comments. Quite a few of us up here are architects, and a couple are practicing in residential design, so they kind of know what they're talking about. And several of us also live in very small houses like yours, so we know the problems you're having with this house, and nobody these days likes or attempts to buy a house as small as the ones we live in, even though they were lived in very happily for 100 years. Everybody wants a bigger house, we get that. But speak with staff, and we will see you in early February.
Madam Chair, we do need a motion for that.
Okay.
I move that the Historic Preservation Commission deny HOP number,
Do you want to?
I'm sorry, defer. I'll start over. I move that the Historic Preservation Commission defer HOP number 1093419. My apologies, it's HOP number 1092049 at 9403 Warren Street, Silver Spring. And that the applicant come back with a preliminary design for revisions to the design.
Do I have a second?
It's Commissioner Doman, I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions? No? Then the ayes carry. Thank you for your patience, and we will see you in early February.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. We are at 3E at 20 West Lenox Street, Chevy Chase. And Daniel Coughlin will be speaking as well as Meredith Wellington. But first, let's have the staff report.
This is agenda item 3E, 20 West Lenox Street, Chevy Chase Village. This is a contributing resource to the village constructed circa 1924. All HOPs are to be reviewed under the Chevy Chase Village Historic District Design Guidelines, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. The applicant proposes to install an in-ground swimming pool with its associated mechanical system, install a new patio with a grill area, and install a new solid 5-foot board fence in the location of the existing 3 to 4 foot wood picket fence along Magnolia Park, enclosing the rear yard. This is the existing conditions. You see there is an existing patio that's proposed to be removed. And then in the lower left, you see an image looking south, which is into the side yard. And then the image in the lower right is from Magnolia Parkway onto the property. And then we have in the lower left, this is the southern property line. And then you have an image looking north up Magnolia Parkway with the subject property to the right. So again, we have existing conditions, the portion of the patio to stay. There's a large side yard. And the applicant proposes to revise the patio, install the swimming pool. There is a hot tub associated with that as well. And then the red line you see is the proposed 5-foot solid pressure-treated privacy fence. And then there is a freestanding wall to the south of the swimming pool that is between the pool and the mechanical systems and a whole house generator. Staff finds the proposed swimming pool will not impact the size or mass of the resource, nor will it impact any trees. The proposed freestanding wall and pool mechanicals are in a location that will not detract from the character of the historic district. And staff recommends the pool, wall, and mechanicals be approved under 24A8B 2 and D, the design guidelines and standards 2 and 10. Staff finds that removing the existing patio and installing the larger porcelain tile patio will not detract from the character of the site or surrounding districts. This also will not impact any trees that are currently there. And staff recommends that the HPC add a condition to the approval of this HOP that dimensions of the patio be notated on the permitting plans before the issuance of the HOP approval documents. The applicant has sent this information in an updated plan set, but staff recommends retaining the condition. Staff does not, however, find the proposed 5-foot solid board fence to be compatible with the open park-like setting of the site or surrounding district by creating a solid wall-like appearance. Fences in the Chevy Chase Village Historic District forward of the rear wall plane are typically required to be no taller than 48 inches with an open picket design. Fences in the rear can be taller with a solid appearance. However, corner lots are generally held to a more rigorous standard because of their frontage has a larger impact on the district's character. Staff will note that due to traffic, fences along both Connecticut Avenue and Brookville Road have been one of those areas where the HPC has been much more lenient about solid fences. Staff finds the impact of the proposed fence is compounded by its proximity to Magnolia Parkway, as it's only 6 feet 7 inches from the curb. Additionally, the fence is proposed to be located in the right-of-way, and the HPC can only approve improvements on the subject property when the homeowner is the applicant. I believe that Chevy Chase Village could authorize this in the right-of-way, and then the HPC could reconsider. So staff recommends the HPC not approve the proposed fence. Staff would support a dark 5-foot metal fence from the house's front wall to the western property line. The fence could then extend along the property's western and southern property lines. The darker color will minimize its appearance, and limiting the fence to the subject property will better preserve the character of the streetscape and is the maximum the HPC can approve. This afternoon, the HPC received comments from the Chevy Chase Village Local Advisory Panel and concurred with the reasoning and staff's recommendation. So staff recommends the HPC approve the hop with 2 conditions. The applicant must install a 5-foot dark metal fence that may not extend further west than the property line, and that dimensions of the proposed patio must be included in all sheets submitted for hop approval. With these recommended conditions, staff finds the proposal is consistent with 24A8B2 and D, the design guidelines and standards 2, 9, and 10. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
I'll start with the first question. The dark metal fence is a picket fence? Or is it a board, a metal?
No, it would be an open sort of picket design, but metal would be narrower and would visibly recede, particularly if it's a dark color.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Galway?
This is Commissioner Galway. On the diagram, the floor plan, or the site plan, can you show me where the actual property line, is that where it says R equals 2?
Yes, that's correct.
So
the property
everything
line-
everything else west of that is in the right of way?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Pelletier?
What is the pool fence requirement?
That's actually a question that's better directed at the applicant.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Any other questions? If not, the applicant can come forward. Again, Daniel Coughlin will speak first for 7 minutes, and then Meredith Wellington will speak second for 3 minutes, and she will be speaking virtually for us tonight. So first, Mr. Coughlin. And please make sure the mic is on and identify yourself by name and your relationship to this project.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chairman. Thank you for the staff for your report, your very thorough report. I appreciate it. And thank you, commissioners, for hearing us tonight. My name is Daniel Coughlin. My wife, Kristen Coughlin, and I have lived at 20 West Lenox for 17 years. We moved in a month after my youngest daughter was born. We've raised our 3 children at this property, and I think we've been good stewards of this property for the past 17 years. We've tried to maintain and improve the house in ways that are keeping with the fabric of the overall community, and we believe that this pool and patio are doing that at this time. I recognize the concerns about the fence. This fence where it currently sits, do I have a control of this somehow? Or you can move it, doesn't matter.
Just let us know next
Sure,
slide
no,
and
no
we'll
worries.
advance.
If you can go to the next slide, please. And this is where we sit in the west part of the village, where you see Lenox and Magnolia on the corner there. If you can go to the next slide, please. Again, this is the general plan. And you can see that red fence line, which is currently existing, which has been this fence line for over 30 years. We've maintained it for the last 17. We've replaced it twice. We've put in a lot of shrubbery and trees to sort of make it a very soft and inviting area. Next, please. And I think this is the line that you proposed for the fence line. And we would not abandon our rights of way in our signed agreement with the village to keep the current fence, so you would be creating a double fence, a security fence behind the existing fence and the existing shrubbery and the existing trees. So it would create, I think, an inconsistent view for the parkland that you're trying to create. Next, please. Next. Here are some examples, like you said. Could you go back one, please? Some examples just on West Lenox Street alone, on our block, of 5-foot privacy walls in the front yard. This is 3 houses away from us. You can go to the next one. This is this is at 4 West Lenox in the same block of us. Next one. This is at 8 West Lenox, 3 houses away from us. Next one. This is across the street at, I think it's 15 West Lenox, with, again, a 5-foot privacy fence in the front yard. Can you go to the next one, please? Also, I understand your concern about side yards and the need to preserve a good image on a side yard in the village. These are just 4 examples of side yards within a block and a half of our site that are all within our little neighborhood that we have here. If you look at number 1, this is 7 West Kirk Street. Go to the next slide, please. That is their 7-foot fence that goes along the side of Lowell Parkway on their side yard. If you go to the next slide, this is the top of Lenox Street, okay, which is on our block, which is a privacy wall, goes to the back of the side yard of the house on Laurel Parkway that comes down Lenox Street. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is on our block 2 of Lenox Street. This is the corner of Cedar Parkway and Lenox, okay, a block away from us, that you have a 6+ foot privacy fence with an 8-foot hedge along Lenox Parkway. Lenox Street, sorry. And the next one, please. And this is Magnolia Parkway, the park-like setting that you did refer to, which we try to preserve. Our house on our picket fence is on the right side. You can see 7 Kirk Street on the left side with their hedge and 6-foot fence right along the sidewalk. Next one, please. There's a better look of their hedge and fence line right up to the sidewalk, right across the street from where our fence would be. Next one, please. And this is our fence line, which you see is a little bit different than the pictures that you were showing from Google Maps of what our side looks like. Our varieties are much more mature, because that picture that you showed was taken in 2014 after there was a chemical spill on our property. We had to gut the whole property and put new plantings in. They were mature before, they're mature again. That creates a great, nice, soft arborvitaes. Next, please. So you can see, you can't even see into the property. Next one, please. This is the image that you showed from Google Maps in 14, which is much different than the picture you just saw. Next one, please. This is what it looks like today. Much different. Next one. This is from the inside of the yard looking out. This shows that it's screened all the way along Magnolia Parkway right now. Next, please. These are other examples of, throughout the village, I could come up with 20 of them, of 5-foot privacy fences that are in the front yards and side yards of properties in the village. Next, please. This is just an example of another. We want to work with staff to make sure we're building something that is in character with the community, and we're more than willing to do a picket fence along Magnolia. We have to do a 5-foot fence because it is the law in Montgomery County to have a 5-foot security fence for a pool. If you want that to be where existing fence is, to be 5 foot and a picket, we would work with you on that and definitely do that. If you look at the next one, this is an example of a picket fence on Magnolia, which is a block away from us. Magnolia and West Kirk, which starts about 4.5 feet and goes up to a little over 5 feet. We would definitely do a fence like this in a dark color if you wanted, that started at 5 feet and went up, or just stay consistent at 5 feet. Or we do the 5-foot metal picket fence that you suggested at the current fence location along Magnolia. But we think by doing it there with the existing plantings that are in place, and we can even add more plantings to soften it up, it creates the same park-like setting that you all are looking for on Magnolia Street, and is in character with the overall street areas around the area. Next, please. Again, I just want to thank you for your time and listening to us, and I hope we can work together to make this something that's affordable. Also, if you go back one, please. I'm sorry to sort of skip around, but since I do have a little bit of time, the people right across the street from where our fence will be on Magnolia have already written a letter to the village saying that they're fine with this, looking at the fence line where it is, right across the street from them on Magnolia, for what we're going to do. So they've written in and said they're okay with it. Again, we want to thank you, and we're more than willing to work with you on the style and design of the fence. We would prefer to keep it in the same location, so we're not creating a double fence line, and that we can keep our existing landscaping and existing trees and not disrupt all the trees that are in place. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Shall we move on to Ms. Wellington first? Okay. Is Ms. Wellington online?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Wellington. You will have 3 minutes to speak on this topic. Thank you.
Good. Can you all hear me? Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak. You all are having a very long evening. I would like, if we could, to bring up the drawing, the colored drawing that shows the detail of the pool plan and shows the property line of my property. My husband and I reside at 18 West Lenox. We're the next door neighbors. Right, that's it. Great, thank you. And we did get our notices, but we just learned of this, and we're in the process of hiring an architect. But the reason I wanted to testify to you is that the big concern that we have is the staff's conclusion that no trees will be impacted by these plans. We don't question the recommendations or the fences. Our concern is for tree number 156. You can see it on the diagram. Actually, that drawing is incorrect. 156, which is this gigantic specimen white oak tree, is on both of our properties. It's not only on 20 West Lenox. And in fact, my husband and I have taken care of this tree since we moved in, which was in the 1980s, along with the prior owner. And then we took over maintenance of the tree since then with the agreement of the Cochrans, who were not interested in participating or unable to. And this tree is a specimen tree. It is a 54-inch DBH. That's in the bottom if you look at the chart that explains. This tree is huge. And under the guidelines for the historic district, it emphasizes the massive trees that characterize Chevy Chase Village, and this is one of those trees. Our concern is with the excavation and the construction that the roots could be damaged for this tree, and that would risk the destruction of the tree, and that would be contrary to the strict scrutiny that is given to any kind of tree removal. Now, the Chevy Chase Village arborist is going to do a tree review, and we actually had this, 12 years ago when the did their very fine edition. We have no very lovely edition, but we did have a arborist come in, the Chevy Chase Village arborist, Mr. Feathers, and he did put a tree save requirements on the tree to protect 156. And we asked that you postpone the approval of the HOP until after you received the report from the Chevy Chase Village arborist on this specimen tree. For some reason, that you don't really ever see the trees in all those pictures. I never saw this tree, and I'm sorry that I don't have a photo with me, but it is a magnificent tree. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wellington. Are there any questions for the applicant or for Ms. Wellington? Commissioner Doman.
This is Commissioner Doman for the applicant. And maybe also for staff. I'm a little bit confused. The drawing that we have in front of us right now shows a fence line in red, and that is actually off your property. Is that correct?
A portion of it is, sir. You can see the property line inside of it, but over 30 years ago, the village with the owner at the time agreed that it was prudent to do the fence line where it was, where it currently is, and it's been maintained at that location for 30-plus years now.
Yeah, I'm the one that runs parallel to
So the
Magnolia
part that runs
Parkway.
parallel to Magnolia, that's correct. And we have a right-of-way agreement with the village that allows us to maintain it and to plant in there and to maintain the fence and the plantings in that area.
All right, and then for staff, did I hear that the HPC cannot rule on improvements or fixtures that are not physically on the property? Can we rule on this?
So the issue is that the applicant in this case is the property owner. If the applicant were the property owner and the village, which with the village for their portion in the right-of-way, or if the village provided documentation saying that they give this property owner the right to make improvements to this fence within their right-of-way, then the HPC could consider that. The HPC can consider historic area work permits on private and publicly owned land. The issue is that the applicant in this case is just the private property owner. So if we had additional documentation, say in a revised HOP, then you could approve the fence with the permission of the property owner, which would be the village.
Well, it's a little chicken and the egg, because we went to the village to get that, and they said, well, we would like to hear if the Historical Society, would like a 5-foot fence here. They've already given us the permission to build a fence there in the right-of-way, but they say, well, we want to see, before we give you any variances or any rights, we would like you to go to Historical and get their opinion on what they think of it. So it's a chicken and egg situation, again, and we don't want the privacy fence personally. We love our picket fence that we have, but the county is requiring that size fence for a swimming pool and therapeutic spa.
So I think in this instance too, improvements in communication for all sides, and us reaching out to say probably exactly what we needed. So I think having a copy of the existing agreement plus some documentation, like who did you talk to at the village? We can reach out to them. We have documentation and emails back and forth, but we really would need the village to submit a letter or something giving you permission to complete this improvement on their property. It wouldn't be an addendum to the existing formal agreement that you have, but we need them to be some kind of a co-applicant with this or to allow you to proceed. But this is a paperwork issue that I'm confident we can work through. We can work through that with the village and the applicant.
This is Chair Burdett. I do have a question about the 5-foot fence is for the pool, correct? It's a safety fence to keep people,
Security
children in
fence, yes, ma'am.
particular, but anybody from getting to the pool and drowning. Have you looked at decreasing the size or the area of the 5-foot fence tighter to the pool so that you're not doing the entire side yard all the way around? You can still have a low picket fence all along Magnolia and on the front yard, but the 5-foot fence would basically be the small amount of planting there on the patio just to the left of the hot tub, and the spa, and run the 5-foot there along that line of the little planting shrubs, straight down and then over to the right where your equipment is, and confine that 5-foot area to the pool itself proper so that you can have a lower fence, a more open fence, and not bother the trees that are mature now over along Magnolia. Have you considered that? Because a 5-foot fence all the way around is going to be pretty costly when really all you're trying to do is keep people from drowning in your pool.
We did look at that, and we are having an auto cover on the pool too as security. But and according to our landscape architect, if you took a 5-foot fence just around sort of the patio area, okay, and then you created this double fence line, it kind of ruins the whole flow of the area. You're then not able to enjoy the yard with the pool or vice versa. So it kind of creates a really constrained area that doesn't really look right, for lack of a better term. And so we did look at it, and we did talk to the architect about it, who took a big gulp and said, that's not going to look good. And it's just going to create no flow at all between your yard and your pool.
There's a difference between a 5-foot privacy fence and a 5-foot safety fence, which can be a lot more open. And again, you're not putting that 5-foot high solid wall around the entire side yard of your property.
And I agree, but I do think by having, like we showed from earlier pictures, by having a 5-foot fence, even if it was solid, it is consistent with the neighborhood. And there are examples of a 5-foot security fence around the outside of the yard on corner lots within a block of us. Having said that, I am more than willing to do a picketed fence to have a more open feel. But I don't see how by doing a double fence line really creates anything positive for the yard. So I'm more than willing to do a picketed fence along Magnolia that's 5 feet high, that creates more open, maintaining the existing landscaping, maintaining the initial openness of the overall yard and the area, but not creating a double fence line. And just if I could speak a little bit to what Ms. Wellington said on that tree on the right side between our 2 yards. Again, when we did do the addition, we did hire 2 different arborists that the Wellingtons wanted us to hire. We also brought in the village arborist. We also had additional architectural fees incurred and months that we spent to make sure we're keeping the tree safe. But now that tree, which sits at an elevation of about 6 feet above our driveway there, okay, has got a 12-foot deep basement, okay, between it and where the pool is, and already had a tree company come out and survey the whole yard where you can see all the trees are, and say that there's no threat to that tree from this pool, which has a 12-foot deep basement between it and the tree. So it would take a miracle for, and of course, if you want, while we're digging, like we did with our addition, we'd bring out the guys to x-ray where the roots are to make sure that we're not attacking any roots, and that could be a condition of our construction, which we'd be more than willing to do, as we've done in the past. But we will preserve the tree as we have in the past and make sure that it is not in any way damaged by this patio and pool.
Commissioner Pelletier, you had a question?
I'm not familiar with I should be, because I'm an architect, but I haven't done many pools. Does the county require a solid 5-foot fence, or can you do a picket fence?
We were informed that you can do a picket fence.
You can,
As
okay.
long as the pickets are of a certain.
Right,
Yeah.
right. You don't have small
child
children getting
can't
through.
get through,
Right,
basically,
right,
yeah.
okay. And you said you are willing to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's good. I hear you about cutting up your yard and putting a fence around the pool, which I think was a good suggestion, but then you cut out the rest of your yard. It's like for show when you're hanging out at your pool. So I that's fine. So the red line is where your existing fence is.
Yes.
Correct? And that is where you would be putting your 5-foot privacy?
Yes.
Or your 5-foot picket
5-foot
fence or
fence.
whatever? Okay. All right, thank you.
One question I have, or a question maybe you need to talk to the county about with this pool fence is, my understanding is the 5-foot enclosure is for when nobody is watching the pool. So theoretically, if you're there at your pool with your family and your friends, and you're all enjoying the weather and the yard and the pool, whatever fencing system you have there could actually be opened up, slid back so that it is open to the side yard. Because at that point, you are watching the pool. Someone is there watching the pool.
So you would suggest building a 5-foot retractable fence?
Something along that line.
I don't know.
I'm just asking if that's something that the
it's
county would approve as a way of, again, if you really want a 5-foot fence, privacy fence around your whole yard, that's your choice. But if to do it for the pool, you can do something that's much more restricted in its area. But something to talk about with the county.
Again, with all respect, I've never seen a retractable 5-foot fence that would take up that much space. It would be something I think that would be arduous to sort of pull back out, put back in, and would you be meeting code? Because would the county say, well, wait a minute, who's going to monitor whether or not you're not there and the fence is in place or not in
That's
place?
your liability. That's your insurance agency,
Yeah.
actually. That's when it gets down to brass tacks, is
yeah.
making sure that, it's no different than any fence, even the 5-foot one you'd put around the entire yard. It is the security fence, so you will be responsible to make sure that nobody can get through that fence to get to that pool, as opposed to keeping it to a smaller area that can be monitored or locked, as opposed to the rest of the yard.
I just, I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if the county would want a fence that was not permanently in place. as opposed to one that's retractable. And not, I've never heard of it before, but we can check with them, but I don't.
Yeah. Anybody else? Commissioner Galway?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Galway. Yeah, I agree with Chair Burdett. You know, if there's a gate to get into that pool from an outside, that could be, you know, accidentally left open as well. So I'm not thinking as much move a panel and take it away, but maybe create a way that you create these openings where it is open to the rest of the yard. So I think then the only other thought I had is if we could get some information from the public, the village, thank you, that says that it is okay for that fence to remain in its present location, I think we would have, I'd have a lot better chance. I think the idea of the double fence, unless you did it right around the pool in some sort of fancy way, I think the double fence is awkward. And I think the fact that the fence is already a pre-existing condition in that location with the approval from the village, would give us the ability to look at it and weigh in.
Yeah, again, the village is okay with the fence in this location. They have been for 30 years. We've assigned right-of-way
But we
agreement
don't
with
know
them.
that, so-
They just want to make sure whatever we build to replace it meets your guys' design standards.
But we need to see that. We would need that documentation. That's really all. It's like it was said, it's a paperwork thing.
Commissioner Pelletier?
I wanted to ask how far away your fence is from tree 156?
The fence is roughly, I'm trying to look at the measurements there. It's roughly, I want to say 20 feet, I guess. That post would be roughly 20 feet.
Okay. And you were saying that in the past, when you put the addition on the house, you had tree protection in place?
Yes, ma'am.
And you will do that again?
Yeah,
Okay.
we brought two different arborists out, looked at it. We did an analysis of where the root structures are, and we would do that again for this, to do a
Okay.
root structure analysis to say,
Okay,
okay, we're
thank
not
you.
damaging any roots.
Gotcha, thanks.
Commissioner Doman?
Yeah, I agree with having the fence on the red line, assuming you get some kind of documentation. But my other question, the staff recommendation was 5-foot tall, dark metal fence. All right, is that okay with you, or do you have something else?
I think it's okay. It's okay with me. I was just looking at the white fence as being one that I thought was in more character with that area of the village, being that there were existing white fences on my yard and on Ag Magnolia that are there. But if it's metal, I would go with black, so it recedes in, like staff suggested. If it was wood, I would even go with black if it was wood, to be honest with you, whichever way you want to go. But I would go black or white, whichever one fits the design standards that you guys want.
So you're comfortable with the recommendation then?
As long as it's at the existing fence line, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, Ms. Ballow. Are we deferring this one?
It seems as if, I mean, you can.
I mean, we're looking for paperwork.
You could defer to receive additional information, the paperwork, and we will work directly with the applicant and the village to get everything that we need and additional information on a design. You know, staff wrote the condition saying a 5-foot black metal fence, but if there's a little bit of time having the actual specifications about what you would really like to have out there, we can have that as part of the package. And then additionally, to have that information about the tree survey that you said you've already conducted and any.
If you saw on that drawing that we just had there, the black dots represent where all the trees are on the property and their analysis of whether or not this would affect it or not. So you can see here, all those black dots are where the current trees are on the property, and that this pool would in no way affect any of those trees.
So I think having that analysis, or if any additional information that the commission asks for is part of that, and we could get that into a new package.
Do we have to vote on a
May I
deferral? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Wellington?
I was just going to say that the Chevy Chase Village arborist is going to review the tree situation regardless of whatever the applicant has done, and will issue a report. I have a letter from Chevy Chase Village that I received today, which I can send to Ms. Ballo tomorrow and also to Mr. Coughlin. And so that's the thing that is definitely going to happen. So it's great to have his documentation of whatever kind of tree save he's undertaken. But for me, it's not enough just to know where the trees are. You need to know more about where the roots are, as he explained very well. So that's why I was saying that, to wait on the approval until you have the report from the arborist, because that will be basically definitive.
All right. So you can make a motion to defer if you wish to ask for specific additional information, and then we can bring it back at the next available hearing, or approve with conditions, or deny.
Couldn't we approve it with conditions right now
Well, you cannot approve.
and defer to staff?
You can't, the application is only for this property. So you cannot approve a fence the application is only for this property. So I understand there's additional documentation, but you don't have it. And we only advertised this property. For example, when there is street lighting that the town of Brookville puts in, we advertise it as saying in the right-of-way of the town of Brookville in this location. So we need that. We need to re-advertise it properly and have that information.
So I've forgotten now. I asked if we had to vote on deferral.
Yes, you do. You
Okay,
need to vote on a deferral.
Can I have one more question?
But can we give the applicant the commission's agreement about the red line location so that he can go back to the Chevy Chase Village and say, hey, the commission concurs on the location and I
Certainly, you could do a straw poll if you'd like on that item, or just, everybody go down the row and talk about it and give him your opinion about it, and that could serve as a straw poll too.
Okay, let's do that real quickly.
This is Commissioner Dominiani. I would find a fence as shown on the red line in the public right-of-way along Magnolia Parkway to be approvable at a height of 5 feet in keeping with other fences shown around the neighborhood, assuming, again, that the owner gets the documentation. Would you like me to comment on anything else?
That's good.
Great.
This is Commissioner Rado. I would be okay with an more open type of fence, not a solid fence, 5 foot along that line.
This is Commissioner Haynes. I would agree with the location of the fence as long as it's a more architecturally appropriate fence.
I concur with Commissioner Radu and Commissioner Haynes.
Ditto. This is Commissioner Pelletier. A ditto to everything that has come before. Sounds good.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Dolman, ditto again. I agree.
Commissioner Galway, I agree as well.
Okay, so I'm going to make a
May I ask a
motion.
question? So what documentation, I guess I work with you to, okay, sorry.
So, Commissioner Haynes here, I'll make a motion that the HPC defer HOP number 1095563 at 20 West Lenox Street until we get a confirmation letter from the Village of Chevy Chase and we receive the arborist review and report.
Question there, is that from owner or from the village arborist, or both?
Both.
Good, okay.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Pelletier, a second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Then the ayes carry. Thank you. Please
you
work
very
with
much.
staff.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have one more hop to get through, and then we have to do 3 preliminaries before midnight. We need a break, though, so you want to do the?
Yeah, let's get through the
Okay,
hops.
all right, we're going to go do the last hop, which is at 8827 Hawkins Lane, Chevy Chase. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Madam Chair, there'll be a relatively short staff report. This is a project that we've seen before at 8827 Hawkins Lane. It's a contributing resource to the Hawkins Lane Historic District, constructed circa 1938. This is to be reviewed under the Hawkins Lane Historic District Design Guidelines Handbook, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. So the applicant proposes to construct an addition at the rear of the historic house, replace the existing windows, replace trim and siding where necessary, and construct a new patio and walkway. We've seen this project twice before. At the first preliminary consultation, the HPC agreed with staff's finding that the proposed footprint, while large, was appropriate for the character of the house and the surrounding lane. The HPC found the proposed roof was too flat to be compatible with the design of the historic house. Commission recommendations included utilizing some other roof form in the rear, potentially relocating the stairs to the center of the house to ease head clearance, and creating some type of visual element to separate the historic house from the new construction. We saw this again in December, and the commissioners found that the roof form was an improvement, but recommended additional revisions, including insetting the dormer to make its footprint smaller than the floor below, matching the addition's overhangs to the historic house, and utilizing real stucco or material different from the proposed hardy panels to be more compatible with the character of the property. Again, this is the property in question, 8827. It has a twin right next door, which had an addition approved by the HPC, I believe, in 2019. So the lot slopes off significantly behind it, and there is a park at the rear property line. This is rear elevation. So again, proposed walkway along the south side of the house with the concrete patio to the rear. And then we'll walk through, this is the north elevation, the dormer and the first floor. The applicant's proposing board and batten siding. The application materials indicate that that's going to be fiber cement with a 2-foot overhang over the rear. From the rear, you see that the dormer is inset by a foot on each side with stucco panels in the rear elevation. We'll walk through the floor plans. The basement plan and the first floor plan have not changed since the last preliminary consultation. Again, the second floor, they've inset the dormer on each side. So staff finds the proposed design is substantially similar to the 2009 addition approved at 8825 Hawkins Lane. Staff finds that the rear addition, while large, is appropriate for the following reasons. The setback of the adjoining properties will limit visibility of the addition. The addition is placed in a location where it will not overwhelm the historic resource, and the historic resource is so small that even with the proposed addition, the resource will not overwhelm the character of the surrounding district. Staff does not find the proposed fiber cement board and batten siding to be appropriate, and instead recommends the HPC adopt a condition for approval that the first floor and the dormer be covered in shakes. So typically, we require differentiation between the historic construction and new as dictated by the standards. However, the design guidelines require additions to be compatible with the existing structure in terms of scale, massing, and materials. And then when there is a conflict between the standards and the local guidelines control. And we sort of milled around a little bit as to what would be the most appropriate material and came to the conclusion that shake was that material. With the proposed conditions, staff finds the design of the proposed addition is consistent with 24A8B2 and D and the design guidelines. Staff finds the remaining proposed materials for the addition, including aluminum-clad windows and doors, asphalt shingles, and a PARG CMU foundation, are all appropriate for the subject property under 24A8B1. Specification for the proposed window trim and rafter tails are not shown with enough specificity to fully evaluate the proposal. The applicant indicated that they were going to match, so staff recommends a condition for approval of this hop that the window trim and exposed rafter tails match the historic design and that the final permit plans illustrate this detail. With that recommended condition, staff finds that the proposal will satisfy the requirements of 24A8B2 and D. And staff finds that the proposed rear sliding glass doors and picture windows will not be at all visible from the public right-of-way and recommends that these features be approved under 24A8D. Staff's observation of the existing window condition at a site visit included visible wood rot on both the sills and stops, and staff finds the windows have deteriorated beyond reasonable repair. Staff finds the proposed aluminum-clad windows will not detract from the district's sense of historic time and place, and recommends the HPC approve the window replacement under 24A8D and the design guidelines. Staff finds that the proposed hardscaping is generally in keeping with the character of the site and surrounding district, and recommends that the HPC approve the walkway and rear patio under 24A8B2 and D, the design guidelines and standard 2. Staff finds that the submitted plans do not accurately show the intersection between the house and grade, and recommends that the HPC add a condition to the approval of this HOP that the final plans include civil engineering drawings that show this detail accurately. So staff recommends that the HPC approve this HOP with 4 conditions. Just to walk through those again, that the set of civil engineering drawings submitted for permitting must accurately show the intersection between the house and grade, that's both at the sides and the rear. Approval does not extend the proposed board and batten fiber cement siding, and siding for the addition must be cedar shake. That the final plan submitted for permitting must illustrate the exposed roof rafter tails, and all new windows and door openings must replicate the trim details from the existing house on all elevations, and this detail must be shown on the final permit plans. With these identified conditions, staff find the proposal is consistent with the design guidelines, standards 2, 5, 6, 9, and 10, and 24A8B1, B2, and D. And I will answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Pelletier?
Does your condition about the shake, does that include hardy shake? Or are you requiring actual wood?
We're requiring wood shake to match.
Okay, thanks.
Just Commissioner Pelletier, staff and the HPC have generally found that hardy shake specifically has too thin of a profile to accurately be an appropriate substitute for wood shakes. There are some other cementitious products out there that have a thicker have a thicker profile, but that hardy specifically we've not found to be compatible.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? If not, the applicant can come forward. Ms. Jitapan, and you will have 7 minutes to talk. And please turn on the mic and identify yourself and your relationship to the project.
Good evening, Commission and staff. My name is Adisra Jitapan, the owner of 8827 Hawkins Lane in Chevy Chase, Maryland. Staff, did you receive the brief slide deck that I gave you? Okay. It's brief. I believe the queries, what you just presented, addressed most, but I just wanted to clarify with the Commission.
Please give me 1 second to move this down. Okay, if we can share this out, please.
Thank you, staff. If you could please, yes, next slide, please. Okay, so in summation, in accordance with the previous meetings that we've had with Commission and staff to comply and to preserve the intactfulness of the historical home and take into account everything that we have discussed thus far leading up to today's discussion. As you can see, the original rear on the left versus the revised proposed on the right. Again, this particular slide is emphasizing on the back, the rear. As you could see, the right emphasizes on the on the stucco hardy panels. What was proposed is the board in Batten, given the rural character. So I just wanted to propose that to commission. I know staff mentioned, affirmed on the cedar shakes, but I wanted to address that this evening. Second, a memo modification that was made, as you can see, shortened the dormer by 1 foot. Then the original design from 7, it was originally 7 down to 6. We reduced the width of the dormer as recommended by 6 feet from both sides. So that was taken into account. We added, again, to differentiate, distinguish between the historical home and the addition. Most importantly, added the trim board to differentiate the house from the addition. And then eliminating one of the proposed walkways as per the recommendation of the staff, so that we took that into account. Next slide, please. And primarily, this focuses on queries on questions which have been addressed by staff. If the board and batten siding is not possible, can we use cedar boards instead of the cedar shakes, which conclude as same material but different in form to better achieve the distinction between the original structure and the addition. So that was, wanted to address that to commission. Number 2, is it possible to go down in the ground by 2 to 3 feet in both the house and the addition, whereby both the 2 windows, as you can see where the slope is in the basement, accordingly will move down and or decrease in size given their low visibility from the lane. So I don't know if we asked staff that question or not, so I wanted to address that to commission today. And last but not least, is it necessary to get the civil engineering? I know that was mentioned earlier, to get the drawings in place of that, if we could get more accurate measurements on the drawings in place of an actual official civil engineering drawing. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Pelletier.
Ooh, in question 1, with the cedar boards, are you talking about horizontal siding with cedar?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Haynes?
The windows on the rear facade, specifically the bedroom window, I believe is a casement window. On the drawings, I believe it was 48 by 60. How is that working? Have you looked at that? Because I've pulled the Geldwin specs that you provided, and how is that window configured? I'm not sure you're meeting egress with that window, because a window of that size, if they could do it in a casement, would have a limiter, meaning it would only open, I don't know, 6 inches for ventilation, but it would not meet egress. So that's my first question, is I believe that window doesn't meet egress, and so that might change the configuration of that window. And so I think that needs to be resolved. None of the other windows, the smaller windows, meet the egress either. So you either have to increase those or you have to fix the big window. I agree that having board and batten on the sides and then changing to the hardy panel is not, it's not an appropriate move, a material move. It needs to be consistent on all 3 sides, and I personally would prefer the cedar shakes per the staff's recommendation. I do appreciate that you pulled the dormers in on the sides, though I'd like to see you pull it the equal distance from the rear in and decrease the overhang that you have on the back, because there's nowhere else on the house that has such a deep overhang that you're showing on the rear elevation. But beyond that, I think you're headed in the right direction.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Galway?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Galway. I am a little dense here. Your question number 2, I wasn't quite following what you were proposing there. Can you, maybe is there a drawing that we can point to and you can help us understand what you're talking about there?
Thank you. Yes, I apologize, Commission, that we don't have an illustration for that. But primarily, the goal is there's a disproportion between the amount of space within each floor. So essentially, what we're trying to do is add additional 1 feet to each level. As of right now, one is 7, one is 6. So we're trying to ensure that each level has enough height. One of the things that we're proposing is in the front of the home, as you enter, there'll be a step. So it'll probably be 1 or 2 steps going down. By doing so, then that'll level the entire plane of the main level. Whereas I think what may have been suggested previously is that stepping would have to take place where the addition starts. And so we, found that that would probably not be conducive and decided that best to have it from the get-go. And that way it's all leveled, and then allowing that proportion throughout the height from each level.
So if I understand correctly, then from the outside, you're proposing or suggesting there wouldn't be anything different, but as you stepped into the home, you would go down a foot, and that would extend through the existing home and into the addition as well?
Correct. I don't know about a foot, but that we could clarify that as to what exactly that is. But that would be the goal.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Pelletier?
Well, it sounded more like you were going to dig down. You were talking about going down in the ground by 2 to 3 feet. Are you talking about digging out the basement?
Yes, if we would have to do that, that's what we're proposing to commission today.
So, but you're also talking about dropping the first floor structure down?
Correct. So primarily would be the 2 to 3 feet down, because since that is where the slope is and toward the basement, so that's where we would primarily want to focus on that. And then also at the start of the home, we would also want to have a step down, so that way we could have enough height.
Well, all your windows are kind of at the top of the arched foundation. Are you going to have floor framing in the windows if you drop everything down? I'm a little bit confused about this.
We were discussing it kind of very recent, to be honest. So that's something that I could definitely circle back with staff on that to get clarification.
If you're pulling out all the existing, I don't even know if you could do that, because I think all the framing is probably built on the deck.
It is as of now.
I'm not sure you can even accomplish that. I can understand wanting to dig out the basement so that the lower floor will have some height, and that's done all the time. But actually taking the floor framing and dropping the floor framing, you're going to interfere with all kinds of things. I'm not even sure if it's structurally possible with this house. So that's just something, I know, it sounds like you're entertaining the idea of getting some more height.
Correct.
But I don't think you're going to be able to do it on the first floor. You could definitely do it on the basement. You could definitely dig out the basement, but I'm just a little bit confused.
Yeah, this is Chair Burditt. Have you discussed this with the structural engineer?
We have not yet.
Yeah, this is a really significant change to the existing house's framing. It's going to basically dismantle the house, or it can be done, but it's really expensive and it's going to cut everything up. If you want more headroom, you should do it at the addition. Leave the first floor where it is on the existing house and then could take your steps down further back in the house, the cost will be prohibitive to do this to the existing house. Really, it'd be easier to take the roof up on the addition or the basement down, but you're really dismantling the house, the existing house, and I would not suggest that. And I'd talk to a structural engineer to get his estimate on how difficult it would be, how long it would take, and how expensive it would be. It's not easy.
Understood. Thank you. We just, yes, wanted to ask it. When I spoke to my spouse about that, I agree with Commission that that's probably not going to be, effective and more time exhaustive than it is. So we want to, we ultimately want to be able to move forward. And, so this would definitely, I think, derail us a bit.
Commissioner Pelletier?
On your question 3, do you have a survey? Do you have a recent property survey with topo?
No, we do.
You don't, okay. Because, I would think, are you working with an architect?
Yes, we do have an architect.
Because, usually if you have a current survey, which is a few $1,000s, which you want anyway, especially when you're on a sloping lot like that, the architect can take the survey and kind of carve your house out and give us a better idea of how it's sitting. It's my opinion, having done this stuff before, is that you don't necessarily have to get civil engineering drawings, but you would have to get a surveyor to do a real survey of the property, but that's not as expensive as hiring a civil. And if you're working with an architect, they can take that and translate it into, and I don't know if that would be acceptable to staff, but there's ways of getting closer to your actual elevations that you wouldn't have to necessarily hire a full civil engineering firm to do.
That was the
work.
intent
So-
of the question. Thank
Okay,
you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Anybody want to comment on these? Well, on the questions from the staff, and then also what the changes that we've seen. That's the questions, yeah, in front of us. Okay, Commissioner Pell.
This is Commissioner Pelletier. So as far as the staff, I've said what I said about the civil engineering drawings. I don't know if an interpreted survey would work.
The issue, if I can comment on that, Commissioner Pelletier, we really weren't sure if more than 5,000 square feet was being disturbed. So there's the addition, but then all the limits of disturbance and what they're going to need for the equipment. So I think because of the square footage being disturbed, civil engineering drawings will be required for the building permit.
Okay.
So we were not intending to ask for anything above and beyond what the building permit would require. So I think your comment about an accurate topo survey may also work, but we figured they were going to have to do the civil engineering drawings anyways, and that would give us a good idea. But if you think that a topo survey would work as well,
Yeah, you might,
that might work too.
you might be able to talk to your architect about doing the soil erosion drawings and the area of disturbance, but it would have to be from a current survey. And that would be the minimum thing, in my experience, that they would need to get to this point where it's something that could be permitted. But I haven't done single family in about 10 years, so I don't know if that has changed, but that's kind of where we used to head with that. The board and batten kind of doesn't strike me as an appropriate material. I could approve cedar boards, horizontal cedar siding. I think that would, in my mind, would be a good alternative, because we often approve the horizontal hardy plank, which I know you don't like. You've said that from previous meetings. So I would be okay with the horizontal cedar siding on the addition. I agree with the roof rafter tails and the door trim and everything. Can we go back to her questions? The 3 questions that she had. Oh, sorry, you're not controlling it, are you? Okay, so yeah, I'm good with the cedar boards. I would be fine if you wanted to dig out the basement. I would highly discourage you from doing anything. If you wanted to get height on the first floor, I would do something with the ceiling. Leave everything in place. Maybe you can take, you'd have to redesign, but you could take out some ceiling joists to get more height. But I don't think even working with, trying to drop the floor, you may as well buy a different house. It's, you know, it's kind of not really even worth your time. And I've sort of said my piece about the civil drawing. So I would talk to your architect about that, what they will be able to produce for permit. But I definitely think the minimum you would have to get is a current survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Damiani?
This is Commissioner Damiani. I would just pile on to Commissioner Pelletier's remarks, noting that I would tend to agree that board and batten or fiber cement stucco siding is probably not appropriate for a house like this, and I would prefer to see cedar shake, perhaps cedar horizontal boards as well. One or the other, I think, would be more appropriate for the home. Everything else, as discussed, I would find approvable.
Commissioner Radu?
This is Commissioner Radu. I agree with the previous comments. About the civil engineering drawings, I don't think they probably are not necessary because the entire lot is under 5,000 square feet. So I don't think they'll disturb more than that. So
I concur with the other commissioners' comments, but only to add to check the egress windows in that bedroom. I really don't understand what the configuration of that large window is. It says it's a casement window, but there's no way that meets egress, so that's my only comment.
And on my right-hand side, any comments? Commissioner Doman?
Oh, actually, my comment is for staff. It's listed as being partial tax credit. Is there some feature that we're talking about that isn't?
So the applicant
Doesn't
is
apply?
identified that they are going to be replacing some of the existing siding and trim in kind on the historic house. So that work does not require a HOP, but is eligible for the tax credit.
But the addition would.
No, nothing in the addition. New construction is not at all eligible for the tax credit.
So
but
when it's partial, it's just what's being done on the old house then?
right,
Okay,
the in-kind work on the house.
okay.
I have nothing more to add than what the other commissioners have said, so I think you've heard our opinions, and we look forward to, oh, this is a hop. Oh, gosh. Sorry. Okay, what are we, Commissioner Haynes, my go-to. A motion of some sort.
Well, I make a motion that we defer this project. I hate to do that, but there's too many, in my mind, too many outstanding questions. So I propose that the HPC defer HOP number 1086808, 8827 Hawkins Lane, Chevy Chase, that the applicant work with staff to adjust the project based on the commission's comments and staff recommendations.
Do I have a second? I will second the motion that the HOP is deferred. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays?
Hi.
There are no nays. So this HOP is deferred, and the staff will work with you to get it into a better spot for next time. Yeah, something approvable, yeah.
So to confirm, does that mean I have to appear in front of commission and staff again?
No, yeah.
Well, the item will be placed on the agenda again. So depending, again, there might be other staff conditions that maybe you don't agree with the staff conditions, in which case it'll be discussed. Someone else might pull it, so we can't guarantee there would not be another public hearing. Maybe the commissioners would have comments on it as well. But it will definitely have to come back at another advertised hearing no sooner than February. But we'll work with you on all of that.
Okay. Thank you. and
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. And for the last three preliminaries, and it is so late, we are going to take a break. How much do we want?
5 minutes. I just need a
7 minutes. We're going to take a 7-minute break and be back and whip through your preliminaries. Thank you for your patience.
If she would have accepted the
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we're back live.
Thank you. Moving on, our last agenda item for the public tonight is the preliminaries. So we will be starting with 2500 Holman Avenue, Silver Spring. And is there a staff report?
And yes, Madam Chair, there is. This is Laura DePasquale with the staff. This is a preliminary consultation review for 2500 Holman Avenue, Silver Spring in the Forest Glen Historic District for construction of 2 single-family houses. The property is listed as an outstanding resource in the Forest Glen Historic District and subject to review under the approved and adopted amendment to the master plan for the Forest Glen Historic District, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. The property includes 4 platted lots, lots 7, 8, 9, and 12, which appear as one parcel in the MC Atlas GIS layer, likely because they have been taxed together since ownership was consolidated around 1944. The lots are all legally platted, were all legally platted in 1887. You can see the plat map here. And the existing Queen Anne historic house was constructed around 1891 on platted lot 9. The current owner of the historic house has also retained ownership of lot 12. The applicant for this project recently purchased platted lots 7 and 8. Since the HPC has not reviewed many projects in the Forest Glen Historic District, the staff report for the project included a more detailed background on the historic district, but to try to summarize that more quickly, the Forest Glen community was one of the earliest planned subdivisions along the metropolitan branch of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. The original plat of 1887 covered 166 acres and laid out many lots that were not ultimately developed. Instead, a handful of Victorian structures were built, and many of these are now in the district as outstanding resources. You can even see sort of the limited development in this 1931 Kling Atlas, which shows ownership of the property at 2500 Holman with multiple lots under the name E.E. Knott, the Knott family owned the property in around the turn of the century. So the existing L-shaped Queen Anne house was constructed again around 1891 by the Forest Glen Investment Company. I'm going to skip some of this since it's getting kind of late, but bear with me. So the property remained in the Knott family. It was purchased by Emma E. Knott in 1899, and sometime between 1899 and 1944, the Knotts appear to have acquired lots 7 and 8, which were then jointly conveyed with lots 9 and 12 for all subsequent purchases between 1944 and 2024, when the lots 7 and 8 were conveyed separately. So we've got a view of the historic house on lot 9 and a view towards the undeveloped wooded areas that compose lots 7 and 8. A view from the intersection of Hollow Glen Avenue and Holman Avenue at the time of designation in the 80s. A view of the existing driveway for the property, which is located on lot 8. A view of one of the other outstanding resources in the district, which is catty corner from the property at 2500 Holman, and some of the infill construction that was built around 2000. So for this preliminary consultation, the applicant seeks guidance on the appropriateness of constructing 2 new houses on lots 7 and 8 of the property currently or until recently known as 2500 Holman Avenue. The newly developed properties would be given new addresses prior to issuance of the occupancy permits. The amendment states that the environmental setting for each site is the entire parcel on which the resource is located at the time it is designated on the master plan. And at the time of the designation in 1985, lots 7, 8, 9, and 12 were part of the same deeded tax parcel known as 2500 Holman. So staff finds that although they were separately platted parcels, the joint ownership and use of the undeveloped lots around the house since at least 1944 makes them part of the historic resources environmental setting. Staff conceptually supports new construction on lots 7 and 8, provided they're scaled appropriately and located far enough away from the historic building to maintain its character and that of the site and setting as recommended by the amendment and the Secretary of the Interior's new exterior additions and related new construction guideline. Staff finds that the large open lots around freestanding Victorian houses are significant to the suburban character of the Forest Glen Historic District, and that the preservation of the open space on Lot 12 at the corner of Holman Avenue and Hollow Glen Place is the most critical to the environmental setting of the subject property, and that the preservation of green open space to the west is also important, but decreases as one moves west from Lot 8 to 7. Based on the massing diagrams provided here, staff finds that the proposed construction on Lot 7 is set far enough back and away from the historic building to not detract from the historic resource. Provided no tall fencing is installed forward of the rear wall plane and large tree removal is limited, staff finds that the setbacks and massing would be sufficient to maintain the verdant suburban character of the district and the historic resource. A tree survey was provided, but staff would request additional information in a table on each individual tree proposed for removal on both lots, including the caliper and species, for the next submission for the HPC to consider. Staff also notes that the grade of the parcels descends considerably along Lot 7. So staff's primary concern is in regard to the proposed construction on Lot 8. As presented, the front corner of the proposed building would be roughly in line with the rear corner of the historic house and in close proximity to it. Front porch would project beyond the rear wall plane of the historic building. The main block of the historic house measures approximately 30 feet wide by 30 feet deep, with an approximately 21-foot wide by 13-foot wide deep rear L. The proposed houses on Lot 7 and 8 would each measure 33 feet wide by 45 feet deep and would feature 20 by 20 garages attached by breezeways and accessed by a shared driveway. The lots are zoned R60, with residential one-family detached, which calls for a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. These lots measure about 10,000 square feet each. And zoning requirements for the new construction on these lots include a maximum 35% lot coverage with minimum front setbacks of 25 feet, side setbacks totaling 18 feet with one side 8 foot and a rear setback of 20 feet. And those are demarcated on the site plan provided by the applicants. Height maximums for new construction range from 30 to 35 feet depending on the roof type. So staff suggests that the entire mass of the proposed building on Lot 8, including the front porch, be pushed back so that no part projects beyond the rear wall plane of the historic building. And staff recommends that the massing of the proposed facade and roofline be broken down with setbacks on the eastern half of the front elevation. Staff finds that the proposed facade is 3 feet wider than that of the historic building, and mostly that the flatness of the facade, as presented in the diagram, would make it appear out of scale in massing with the historic resource. Staff also notes that the foundation line of the proposed building on Lot 8 is shown higher than that of building on Lot 7, and that the existing rolling topography on the lots is not shown in the schematic drawings, but would be helpful for a second preliminary consultation review. Once the HPC has indicated preferences for the infill construction and has provided guidance on what would be successful siting for the new houses and successful approaches to the massing, the applicant should provide a streetscape rendering with the new proposed houses in relationship to the historic house. This rendering can also include accurate grading information. Staff generally supports the use of a shared driveway for the proposed new construction, but notes that it eliminates the driveway for the existing building, which is currently located on Lot 9, or the existing driveway is on Lot 8. And although not part of the current scope, staff suggests that the applicant consult with the owners of lots 9 and 12 to determine if a shared driveway could be achieved from Hollow Glen Place along the rears of all 4 lots. A joint application could be made for such a proposal, and the HBC could require this work as mitigation as part of the current HOP application. So staff requested feedback from the HPC is on the appropriateness of constructing infill housing on the platted lots, the appropriateness of the location, scale, and massing of the proposed buildings, and the appropriateness of the proposed shared driveway and attached garages, and any other comments you might have. And then we also have a list of recommended materials for a second preliminary consultation review. And any questions for staff?
Any staff? Commissioner Pelletier?
For the preliminary, would we require actual design for the houses?
This is Rebecca Ballo. I had met with these applicants several times prior to coming for this preliminary application. I believe they are still just the contract contract purchasers for the lot. And for a preliminary application, the HPC could conceivably take a drawing on a napkin. So I had recommended that the goal for tonight would be to answer the question, is infill construction permitted on these lots? Yes or no? If so, is this general location and massing a good way to start? And then refine the proposal from there, but just to get those earlier questions answered. So I had recommended that they didn't need to go ahead and start designing the box, so to speak, until we
Right.
answered the question about where the box could go.
Okay, well, one other question. I mean, isn't it by right that they can put a house on these lots?
Not necessarily. Just because a lot is platted does not necessarily mean that the Historic Preservation Commission is bound to allow construction on that lot. There have been court cases in Kensington, for example, where the open character of the Kensington district, where owners would buy sometimes 2, 3, 4 lots, put their house on the middle of 2, and then have 1 or 2 extra to evoke the park-like setting, again, of the district as part of the historic character of that neighborhood. So the HPC, in one case in Kensington back, I think, in the 90s, ruled that no, in fact, an infill house could not be constructed on an already platted lot, and that was upheld. So it is district by district.
I see. Okay, and, sorry, one last question. The zoning on these lots, is there a requirement for, like, in some zoning, for all the faces to be, like, all the fronts of the houses to kind of align on the?
That was not my understanding
No,
of,
okay.
of reading the zoning requirements, but I am not a zoning expert by any
Okay, and I was just curious, because they're so far back, that there are some neighborhoods that you're not allowed to do that, but I know this is a different sort of situation.
My understanding is that there is a front yard, you can't be too close to the street,
right?
But you can be further back
You
from the
can.
street while still within the rear yard setback.
Okay, and it's not a requirement to match or come close to your neighbors?
No,
the
there is no building restriction line for, like you would see in a more urban neighborhood where like it has to be within 10 or 15 feet of the front of the
Right,
sidewalk.
because you don't want
create
all of
that.
this sort of in and out along the street wall.
Right.
But that's not what we're talking about here.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
This is Chair Burdett. These are 2 platted lots. They've been purchased by an entity. But could a duplex be built on one building that's spanning the 2 lots, but conjoined so that it looks more appropriately scaled for the community?
My understanding of this zone is no, but I have not looked into that question of that for the zoning district, but my understanding is no, that is currently not allowed in this zoning district, but I can look into that further.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, so the applicant has come forward, Mr. Verma, and you will have 7 minutes to speak, so just identify yourself by name and your relationship to this project.
Sure. For the record, my name is Pratap Verma. Thank you, Chair Burdett and Commissioners and HPC staff. We're excited to bring 2500 Holman Avenue to you today. I'm the principal owner for Avatar Design Build. We're a custom home builder in Montgomery County. And I actually live in this neighborhood, so I live 2 blocks away. So Forest Glen is very near and dear to my heart. We're going to do a quick presentation on just some context for the neighborhood and then also what we're proposing to do. So if you can move to the next slide, that would be great. So if you've never been to this neighborhood or haven't explored it, it's very interesting. We have a lot of cool historic properties. The one on the right is the first Catholic church in America by an archbishop, which is kind of remarkable when you think about it. John Carroll's family established this entire neighborhood, who also is one of our founding fathers and also founded Georgetown University. Beautiful church that is still used quite regularly by various ethnic communities, and this property is just across the street from that. Next slide. Just another picture of the cemetery section of this property, and a lot of notable individuals from this area are buried here, but just wanted to show this for the context, and that's on the other side of where we're looking to build the two homes. Next slide. And this was alluded by staff earlier. The home of historical significance is on the right. The other two homes were built in a similar style, but kind of mimicking just the general shape and form of the historic home. And this Forest Glen is very unusual in the sense that it is very tightly packed lots. You have a little bit of everything. Right across the street from us are condominiums. I would say about maybe close to 100 units. A block over is a gas station. One block over is the Knights of Columbus, which is like a local club. And then we have Apache's restaurant. It's a little bit of everything. So you have single-family homes. You have some houses that have bigger lots. It's not like a Kensington in terms of like the whole neighborhood, and I think it has a certain feel for it. I think that's why only certain sections were designated to have that historic value to it. But I point to this as the most recent example of infill, where the houses are basically on the same level, have the same frontage and setbacks as the historic home. Next slide. And here's another view. This is the best I could get from Google Street View, but you can see that they have identical frontages. You know, we're obviously going to, you know, whatever this body decides will kind of shape our project. I think there's like two schools of thought. Sometimes I think when in this case, when all three structures are on the same line, to me, visually, it looks very nice and orderly. I used to live in Arlington, Virginia, and one of the things I was constantly like, in my eyes, I could always see there was a lot of different varying frontages for properties. I think you can make the argument both ways, but it's something for you all to consider. For us, Forest Glen, this part of the county is not like where I build other places like in Bethesda or Potomac, where the numbers are a little bit more favorable to the market. We would like to have as much flexibility to really make this property work from a market perspective, and I'll get into a little bit on that later. Next slide. This is the current state of affairs. So the woods are not of the best quality, a lot of invasive species, and no one's really done anything to this property. The previous owner was, you know, I believe purchased the property in the 70s, recently passed away, and didn't really maintain the property. A lot of the trees are just the current state of affairs for a lot of forest in Montgomery County that are subjected to just all sorts of different environmental scenarios. Next slide. Also, unfortunately, where the historic property currently is at 2500 Holman, there's a lot of current structures that are not in compliance, and we've pointed it out to staff, and that's definitely something we would like to see if we were to get approval today, that these structures be removed and the lot be cleaned up. There's a large mobile home on the property currently. There's a tent, and there's all sorts of tarp, and it's just, the home is so magnificent, and it's unfortunate, and it's been an eyesore for the community for decades, where this has been there, and it hasn't changed. And so one of the things we would like to see, because obviously this would affect our project, is for that whole area to be cleaned up. And it's my understanding that you know, this should not be acceptable behavior for this owner. They really should be cleaning up. And just hearing the determinations of this body today, you know, it's clear that you take every detail very seriously. And I feel like this is something that we're hopeful that will be addressed sooner rather than later. Next slide. This is just a quick mock-up of what we think could work here. And once again, we would like maximum flexibility. In an ideal world, we would be able to have the homes closer to the street. Like I said, I think it could work either way. I think it's just a matter of preference. One of the things we would love to do is also install a new sidewalk. So if you look at the homes on the right-hand side, there is an existing sidewalk. That sidewalk stops, and we would love to extend the sidewalk all the way down so you can then, the neighborhood can access that whole side, and also install a historic marker on the corner of the lot, and maybe looking at the property, if you can go to the next slide, there's actually space on the corner there in the public right-of-way on the right-hand side where it says proposed historic plaque. There's enough space there for us to do some sort of like pocket park with a bench and a sign. The sign on the left that you see that's references the Carroll family, unfortunately was removed. I don't know when it was removed, but I found that this was supposed to be in the, I'm sorry, I'm going over. Is it okay if I finish my thought? Okay, so we would like to actually replace this sign and put it in that corner. And then if you just go to the final slide, we're back to the massing. So once again, we're asking for a maximum flexibility so we can make this project work. We're very excited, and we hope that we get a favorable determination today. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Galway?
This is Commissioner Galway. Thank you for your presentation. It looks like the proposed homes are somewhere around 3,000 square feet. Can you either confirm or let us know what you think the square footage of that home would be? And in addition to that, do you know what the square footage of the existing home is?
Sure, that's a good question. So, and just so you know, this block massing was really just to provide just that block massing. The homes will not be these large rectangles. They'll be, broken up in a way where the massing is more attractive, and that's the way we build homes. Square footage wise, we see that number being above grade, right around 3,000 to 3,500, and that's kind of what the market wants. And I think with the way the lots are placed, because they're heavily wooded in that section and they're not on the corner, there's not a lot of visibility in terms of the massing. So that's why we felt that it would be nice if the garages were in the back so you wouldn't really see them, and have a narrow driveway that goes in between. So that, to answer your question, that's what we're looking at right now, right around the 3,000 to 3,500 range.
And do you know what the square footage of the existing home?
That
Is it smaller than that, about the same?
It's a pretty large home. I haven't measured it, but it's a spectacular home. I mean, it's pretty big. It has a large loft on the top floor. There's a tower. The home is pretty tall. I don't know the exact height of the home, but I would conservatively put it at like 35 feet plus.
Thank you.
This is Laura with the staff. The property records indicate that it's around 2,100 square feet.
Commissioner Doman?
Thank you for your presentation. Are you the owner of the house on the corner?
I am not.
You're not?
No.
Okay, so in the picture that you had with all the trailer, is that on the house, or is it on the two lots you're proposing?
Some of it is on our on the property, lot 7, lot 8. But most of it's in that corner where the cursor is. But we're just making reference to it because it obviously would detract from our project if we had all that junk, next door.
Obviously. One of the staff suggestions was bringing a driveway in the backside so that instead of having to come between the two houses, coming in the backside. Now, obviously, you don't control the house on the corner, though, right? So is that something that you could consider or would consider them to not have a driveway going up to the houses?
I'm not sure that would work because it would require us to get permission from the other owners.
Right.
That's actually, so just so you know, just a point of clarification, even though there is a driveway marking on Lot 8, and that's the house that's closest to the historic structure, that driveway is not used by the homeowner. They have a secondary driveway where you saw that mobile home that was parked in that first picture. They will actually park and use their driveway at the corner of their lot.
Is
that's
there
pro-
another garage on that property too? I mean, I just see one historic house. Is there another?
I don't think there's a garage back there. Yeah, so for the record, there was a garage previously, but there's that tent-looking structure that is being used as a garage today, which is clearly not in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will move into comments. Would anybody like to start? This is a preliminary. Commissioner Redu?
I'll start. I I don't have any issue with having the lots developed, like I mean, I don't know, like this large parcel partitioned again and therefore multiple lots. I think actually I'm on the historic area, the entire parcel was not what the original intent, in my opinion, would have been, obviously, not just from partitions, but the way all the rest of the district is. So I think I would like the houses to be a little actually closer to the street, but not all the way to the front. I think it's not the same of the type of house that you showed in that photograph. The details are different, and your house is going to be your houses, if approved, will be very likely very different. And I would like them to be a little, somewhat set back from the street, but not as far. So I think I don't have any issue with the driveway. I think any house in the historic district would have had a driveway. So I would like to see where you want to take these in terms of like really more particular massing. I mean, as you said, I would like to really not see anything like a bulky house. So even if you have 3,500 square feet, let's say maximum, but to break it in some sort of volumes and roof lines and everything, so it doesn't appear quite as large.
Next. Commissioner Galway?
It's Commissioner Galway. I was asking about the square footage for some of those same reasons that the massing particularly in the SketchUp diagram is, I realize it's just a concept just to show a location, but in my opinion, it's just way too big. It overpowers the existing home. And, we could argue, well, there could be trees and shrubs, but we discount that because there's a fall season and there's not, so I think the devil's in the details there in terms of what that really looks like. Interestingly enough, I'm in agreement. I don't think that they have to be that far back. I think, but at the same time, I agree it shouldn't be right in the same plane as the existing home. So I think you could possibly look at moving them forward a little bit. But yeah, the devil's in the details. What are these going to look like? Are they sensitive to the home next door? Or are they insensitive? And I think that's where, we would certainly we'll have a lot of things to say. Thanks.
Commissioner Pelletier?
Yeah, I kind of agree with the placement. I think your diagram, your SketchUp diagram should also include the houses on the other side of the lots. And I know the Victorian house is spectacular, but it's a whole streetscape. And I disagree with pushing them all the way back because I think it really interrupts the rhythm of how things work on the street. And just looking at I mean, I know this, some of these properties aren't historic, but looking at sort of Forest Glen Road, the houses kind of line up. I could see them sort of revealing the house on the corner, like maybe one is closer to the street and then the other one is a little bit further back, and then you see the house on the corner. But I think the houses need to relate to everything around, not just the spectacular house on the corner. And yeah, we don't know. I mean, a big box with a pitched roof on it isn't really telling us much. One thing that we've had this issue on some other houses that we've seen, like, I don't know if those little porches in the front are front doors, but then you've got all the activity going to the back, which is where people are gonna go, go to the garage, or probably go in the back door or whatever, but like, it would be nice if whatever you're putting on the front of the house is something that's gonna activate the street and not just be a thing stuck on the house to look like a front door. And like I said, I know this isn't, well, you're not done, you're not even started yet, but I just think all of a bigger swath for design purposes, like, zoom out a bit and see how it relates to what's across the street, to what's on the other side, et cetera. So that would be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Commissioner Doman?
I did drive by the house and take a look at the neighborhood, and it's different, It's like you said, it's kind of a mix of everything. And across the street, whatever that, Forest Glen, anyway, there's a big hill, and all the kids are out there sledding today kind of thing. But the lots were really overgrown. You had a picture of it, how bad they looked, with all the debris on it. So I think one of the recommendations by staff was to make a analysis of all the trees that are there that need to be saved, and if they're just scrub trees, which ones you can get rid of. But there's a fair amount of work. There's a lot of trees on that property, which you have to be attentive to. So, but you know that. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominiani? Yep, just maybe to pile on and think about some of the other homes along Holman Avenue, which I think have pretty consistent setbacks from Holman Avenue, with these then having a much greater setback. I agree that perhaps bringing them forward and examining the way that the driveways are done in some of those other homes too. I think it's appropriate to have one that's shared. In general, I think that would probably be okay. But noting that by bringing them forward, you could activate that front yard a bit more, I agree. But the front planes of these 2 new homes don't necessarily need to be in line with one another either. They could, in fact, be, in the way that they're massed, even placed, set back a bit further, and which I believe, again, is in keeping with the pattern elsewhere on the streets neighboring the historic district. So I think that would be great. And I agree as well that in a secondary, and then the next preliminary, it'll be more interesting to see how you dial the scale and the massing in, especially with the roof lines, which I think are going to be important next to such a beautiful but very busy historic house. How they can speak to each other, I think, would be interesting to see. Thank you.
This is Chair Burdett. I'll close out. You've heard quite a lot of comments, and I agree. I don't have a problem with the driveway. I think if you scale these things down, you can pull them forward. You don't want to compete with the original house. It's unique. And you also don't want to build a big box McMansion. I had the opportunity to be in a uniquely historic house in Bethesda, and it is a one-of-a-kind, gorgeous house, unlike anything else around it. And it backs up to a ravine, and across on the other side of the ravine is a giant McMansion. And you don't see it in the summer, but you see it in the winter. And I thought, what a shame that you have this beautiful house, this historic house by a master architect, and right across that ravine in full sight is a big white box, about as ugly as you can get. So it may have sold for a lot, but it's still an ugly box. So please do not build something that looks like a garage for a float. Scale these things down, make them interesting, make them blend into the neighborhood. They don't want to compete with the main house, but they sure as heck have to have a lot more character than even the ones you did across the street. And with that, we look forward to you coming back with more information and some better drawings. So, but good luck. I mean, they're great lots, and you can really complement the neighborhood and add to it, especially Forest Glen. You see all those great old houses over in Forest Glen, the sorority houses that are unique and the most sought-after houses in the area. So we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. All right, where are we? We have 1 hour, folks, to get through 2 more preliminaries. So next one is 10220 Capitol View Avenue, Silver Spring. And does the staff have a report? I'm sorry, I'm losing it.
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. This is a preliminary consultation for 10220 Capitol View Avenue in Silver Spring. So this falls in the 1917 to 1935 contributing resource to the Capitol View Park Historic District, constructed circa 1917. This is to be reviewed under the Capitol View Park and Vicinity Master Plan Amendment, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Rehabilitation. So the applicant proposes to demolish the rear elevation of the existing house and construct a 2-story rear addition. This is the site plan you see. So this is the house front in the upper left and the rear to the lower right. It's on a particularly large lot that you see in Capitol View Park. This is from the Clayton Atlas here with an outbuilding that's gone. And then here you have the lot today. And I need to apologize, there was a disconnect amongst staff about which set of drawings. The applicant had revised drawings based on staff's initial comments, and those didn't get incorporated into the application packet that was distributed to you and were accurately reflected into the staff report. So please, as we provide this feedback, I'm going to call out some of the things that have been altered from what you see. So specifically, in the floor plan on the first floor, the inset is a foot on each side. It was a minimal inset and called out for specifically in the staff report, but based on feedback from staff, the applicant inset this a foot on each side. So again, the second floor, we've got a 1-foot inset on each side there. Roof plan, we'll see it in elevation in a second. But the applicant also dropped the ridge of the addition by a foot from the historic roof line. So we've got a lower roof as well. Proposed materials, including siding and aluminum-clad windows. The siding will match. Wood porch, this is the left elevation with the historic bay. So we do have a corner board there. Wood shutters. And then this is the rear. This is actually I won't say it's historic, but it's an older photo from HP slides when they were scanned. But you see the ridge is a foot lower than the historic house, and it comes straight off the back. So staff finds the design of the proposed addition is compatible with the architectural character of the historic house. Staff finds the proposed materials, including aluminum-clad windows, wood siding and shutters, Parge CMU foundation, are all compatible with the character of the house and the surrounding district. There has been a tree survey done, and the proposed addition will not impact any trees on site. But staff finds that more needs to be done to differentiate the addition from the historic construction, and this could be accomplished simply by utilizing a slightly different reveal in the clapboard siding proposed for the addition. Our staff finds that the addition's footprint is more than 90% the size of the existing house. That is exclusive of the wraparound porch, that's just the house proper. Additions that effectively double the size of the house are generally not recommended because it often results in a diminution of the historic character. That's taken from the guidelines to the Secretary of the Interior standards. So the proposed addition is inset by 1 foot from the existing wall planes, and the roof ridge is 1 foot lower than the existing roof. The existing house is 37 feet, 3.5 inches deep, including the porch, and approximately 25 feet without the porch. The proposed addition, including the rear bump out, is 25 feet, 7.5 inches. So we're nearly doubling the depth of the house. And the lot does have limited visibility, mostly because of the vegetation. But again, the HPC is supposed to evaluate in the absence of vegetation. So the primary questions for tonight's preliminary consultation are, what does the HPC feel about the appropriate, or what does the HPC find about the appropriateness of the proposed footprint and size of the new addition, the appropriateness of the addition's roof height and form, additional recommendations to further differentiate the addition from the historic house, and any other comments. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any question for staff? No questions for staff. It's late. We're just kind of tired. We don't have any, okay, we have no questions for staff. We will go straight to inviting the applicant to come forward, Augusto Tono. You will have 7 minutes. You are the architect for this project?
That is correct.
Okay, if you will make sure your mic is on.
That is correct. Thank you.
And your name, just say your name for the record.
Augusto Tono.
Okay, thank you.
First, I'd like to thank both the staff and you for the effort that you're putting in. It's just terrific. Thank you. I won't take too much of your time. Basically, all of the things that I wanted to point out were pointed out by staff in terms of the things that they wanted the project to accomplish in terms of the setbacks and the type of windows, and all of those details were already addressed. It seems to me that the only item that we have pending is the size of the addition. And so to that, I wanted to address a couple of comments. I wanted to say that if you take a look at the floor plan of the house, you can see that even though the house itself is small, because of the porch that it has around it, it seems like a bigger house than what it is. So it could take a larger addition in the back because it would not infringe on the importance of the main house, which is what we're after. Also, if you take a look at the floor plan of the existing house, you have a living room and you have a dining room. There is really no space for a kitchen or a breakfast area or a family room, which is what this house needs. On the second floor, there are 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, and we have taken one of the bedrooms, which is the one on the right, and we have turned it into a hallway with a laundry area, walk-in closets, and we added another bathroom to the house, which will serve as the main bathroom. And then in the area in the back, it would be the main bedroom. So still the house would maintain the 3 bedrooms, but it would have 2 bathrooms for the 3 bedrooms. So basically, in a nutshell, that's what it is. In terms of the bump out in the back, by looking at the house originally, we had that sleeping porch that came out to the back, and we wanted to create some kind of a witness to what used to be there before by bumping it out and not creating just a straightforward wall in the back, and also creating a little alcove where the entry of the landing to the rear family room would be. So in a nutshell, that's what it is. We matched the roof, we matched all of the materials, and we are going to follow every one of the recommendations of the staff in terms of changes in materials and size of the materials of the siding. And it seems to me like by 2 items that I would ask you to reflect on. First is that as you look at the house from the front with the size of the porch, it is a large house. And the only reason why it appears to be larger than the original house is because you are comparing a built that is enclosed area to enclosed area. But if you take into account the front porch, then it doesn't look as massive in the back as it would have otherwise. And the second is that to do anything less would infringe on the actual spaces that we are creating both on the second floor and on the main floor, which is a kitchen, breakfast, and family room. That is the approach that we took with the owner, Paul Scafty. And so I'm just open to suggestions that if you feel that the addition is too large for the property, and I think I saw somewhere on the recommendations that it should be dropped by about 3 to 5 feet. Was that correct? Yes.
That's what the staff report indicated, yes.
Correct. But I'm afraid that if we take anything away from the house, the furniture just won't fit. I don't have enough room for the furniture. And it seems to me like the lot unto itself, which is almost 1 acre, 0.96 of an acre, around this property can take definitely this rear addition. So this is what is in front of you, and I'm all ears to hear what you have to say, and thank you for being here.
We're going to start with questions first. Okay, Commissioner Doman.
Maybe I missed it, but what is the siding currently on the house? Is it clapboard siding, wood?
Yes, wood.
And the addition also would be?
Exactly the same, except at a different size. You have recommended either 1 inch larger or 1 inch smaller. I would prefer 1 inch larger, just because of the detail on the house. On the front of the house would be more striking than the one in the back, which is what we're after, to maintain this.
So you're basically following on staff's recommendations and making this a differentiation in the siding, right? How about the roofing material? Is that shingles? Is that what I see on the house?
Yeah, it is afro shingles, and on those, I think that we should use the same, unless you have any idea if you want to make it different. The only other material that I would think it would be standing seam roof, because but that would not work with the house. So we're proposing to use the same asphalt shingles that are already in the house.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pelletier.
What happens to the chimney?
It goes away.
It goes away. And that cute little dormer in the roof in the back also goes away?
Unfortunately, yes. And that's what I told the owner. Unfortunately, it goes away. But
Well, yeah, so the
but
chimney.
there's no way to add it and keep it.
Yeah.
Plus, it is in the back of the house, so we didn't
Oh, I
take
know. I just think it's adorable, that's all.
that. Yes, I my same thoughts.
Have you looked at possibly taking this bay that's on the back and moving it so that, I think part of what's making this thing look so big is that you have this big long wall on that side where the bay, like where the bay sticks out another 4 feet or whatever. Have you looked at just shifting that over so that you get a break in the length of the addition in the back?
The bay is in the original house. It's not in the addition.
No, not that bay, the one on the back, the square bay on the back of the addition.
Okay.
Where you've got the bump out.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if you would consider shifting that over a little bit so that you get a shorter looking addition in the back. I'm not saying get rid of it. I'm just saying don't have a continuous wall all the way back to the corner.
Absolutely. I can actually leave the, as you're looking at it, I could leave the right-hand side as is, and then the left-hand side, bring it in.
Yeah, just make it a little.
Or so
yeah.
that it actually creates, in fact, another box window all the
And
way
then
up,
you could put
a
an
two-story
adorable little dormer up at the top anyway, I think I know we're supposed to be talking about questions here. I just think it's very long on that side. If you just made the bay, the square bay in the back its own thing and kind of moved it in, I think it would go a long way towards making the addition just look smaller. Thank you.
I concur with you. Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Commissioner Haynes?
On the side elevation with the bay, I think your roof line is incorrect. If we could go back to that side elevation. The other side. Yes. There should be an offset of the roof that reflects the smaller family room projection, should there not, on the addition?
Yes,
So that would help sort of the
Yes.
massing of that roof.
that is correct. That was I didn't
And-
catch
and you-
that. That is correct,
And,
yes.
and the dormer on the front is shown on the
It's shown on the other one,
side,
it's not
but
shown
but
on
not
this
on this
one,
one. And as you know, these are the kind of details that help give buildings scale. So I think especially the offset in the back will help reduce the apparent mass of the roof.
Yes.
That's all.
That is a very
Just-
good point. Thank you.
This is Chair Burdett. A couple of questions about the first floor plan in the existing house. The door opens directly at the bottom of the stair. Is that an existing condition?
Yes. Everything on the existing house is existing.
And what are they going to use the living room for? Because all their furniture's in the back, and there's enough furniture in the back to fill the living room. So, I mean, does anybody use their living rooms anymore? Because it's an enormous, it's half the space of the original house. And, I mean, are they going to use it, or is it just going to be filled with,
No, they will be using it, but since we're not touching these spaces over here, we didn't place the furniture in there, but I'll be happy to place the furniture in there.
I don't, I mean, you've got 3 places to eat. You've got well, I can comment on an addition that's doubling the size of the house for 2 spaces, a kitchen great room and a master suite, and you're doubling the size of the house. And I made a comment on the last preliminary that I didn't want to see a big box that looks like it's a garage for a float. And that's what you're doing here, is you're creating a giant box that would dwarf a float. And it's, the attempts you have made to distinguish it from the original house are so minimal as to be ridiculous. This is a big lot. Now, when we deal with houses in Tacoma Park, they're very tight lots. There really isn't a lot of space to go around with, and there's no room for the houses to breathe, and you really can't see anything of the houses. So when people when we say bring it in a foot, that's usually about all they can get. This is a big lot. It's a lot of space, and you're just turning this into a really big box. I'm not doing questions, I'm doing comments, I'm sorry. But anyhow, I'm not happy with this at all. So those are my comments, and I'll let someone else be more reasonable than I am. Would anybody like to make a comment? Commissioner Haynes?
Well, I've had some thoughts that maybe can help bring back some of the character of the original house and improve the massing. And starting with the master bedroom, could the bump out on that master bedroom be more like the sleeping porch? Meaning, could be 2 things. Maybe there's glass, across the back and return, so it feels more like the screening of a sleeping porch rather than just a pair of windows. So that would lighten that edge, that back corner of the house. Or possibly that it could be an open porch there, that the back wall by the desk could go straight across, and it could open up to a little outdoor porch, so that, again, on the facade, you might have some columns and be a more sleeping porch kind of detailing of that room. It's a large room, and it probably could use some reduction in space without losing functionality. I mean, I think you could even rotate the bed on the long wall with the appropriate size windows in that bay area, and you'd still have the light and view that you're probably trying to capture. I think, and so in doing that again, in that comment of the long wall of the addition would start to break down if that top bedroom area were more like sleeping porch-like than solid. I wouldn't mind a porch off the back. If I'd be almost willing to extend the family room bay projection a little bit to get a rear porch, maybe that is south-facing, I believe. And so you're getting a lot of light on that facade. And I think a porch off the back would, again, help the massing and the scale, and not start to break down the box, so to speak, with that porch, just as the existing front porch does with the historic resource. You know, I do appreciate that you've brought the addition in 12 inches. That would have been a comment of mine. 4 inches is never enough. However much we can squeeze that, if we can get it up to 14 inches, so much the better, because that'll bring down the roof line, and I do think that's important. It's kind of unfortunate we lost the chimney, because those kinds of things do help mitigate the roof scale. And if there's a way to keep the chimney, even though I know you're trying to capture the interior space, but maybe once it hits the attic space, there's some structural gymnastics that you could do to maintain the chimney. I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Galway?
This is Commissioner Galway. I do also agree about that chimney, and we've had examples of that where the interior space layout would not accommodate the chimney, but there was an opportunity to provide the structural beams to support it, so that might be something you want to look at. I think you had a very compelling argument about the porch. And I applaud staff for raising the concern about nearly doubling the house, and that's something that we don't look upon very favorably. But when I look at the photographs of the front of the house, I think it does, in fact, make the existing home, look much larger. So I tend to agree with you there. So I'm going to be a little bit more lenient on the house being nearly doubled because of that porch. But if there's a way to tighten it, I agree. If you could pull it in another 6 inches on both sides, and maybe there's something to do in the back, tighten it up as much as you can. I think that would be advisable. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask you a question?
Commissioner Doman?
Are we doing questions or comments? Comments now.
You won.
I more or less agree with your presentation. I think you've addressed the previous concerns on it, and it's a big lot, large front porch, and even though it's a big addition, I think it fits appropriately on this property and with the house. And other than some minor things like the chimney maybe, and changing this corner where the sleeping porch used to be or could be, I have no problem with your design. So thank you.
Any other comments? Well, you heard mine. The applicant, do you have a question?
Yes, I was trying to ask if we were to do a wraparound porch in the back, similar to the one that is on the front, but of course at a smaller scale. Would that be something that you would look at favorably?
Well, I think it would certainly help. What?
Similar to what Mr. Haynes was proposing, but turned it into a feature in the back.
I have a question for staff. Let me take this back. This is a corner lot. It's a very large, it's not. It's not. Oh.
It's an interior lot, Madam Chair.
But it's a very large lot. I mean, it just feels like, you know, we're adding a square to a square, or rectangle to a rectangle, and it just seems like we have such a deep lot that it could be a lot more creative and interesting than it is. And we see plenty of houses in Chevy Chase that have put very large additions on the back, but they do it a lot more sympathetically or a lot more creatively, that there's actually a kind of cut in and then it goes back out. You know, it's not just two walls that go straight back. Anyhow, I'm still going at this, but you've heard our comments and our questions, and
I know it's late.
Commissioner Pelletier.
In response to your question about the porch, I wouldn't put a wraparound porch on the back. I think the wraparound porch on the front is the finest feature of this house. I wouldn't do anything that would take away from that, because that's really what makes this house so spectacular. But I do think you could break down, just like visually break down the addition so that it doesn't look so big and boxy and still get all the spaces that you want on the inside. I think it's just, this happens a lot. We get like kind of big dumb additions that are nice on the inside, but the outside sort of doesn't really reflect the details of the existing house. So I think it just needs more development on the facades. And like, you know, I thought, excuse me, I thought other commissioners had interesting ideas about how to, you know, just how to make the facades of the addition a little more interesting, but.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's not about the size of the addition, it's about how to combine different features around what we're proposing to bring down the scale.
Yeah, I think it's about the articulation of the addition and,
All right.
and
I
making it a little more interesting than.
Okay.
Yeah, articulation's a
much.
good way to put it. So you've heard our comments. The staff will collect them and talk to you about them. And we have one more preliminary, so I'm sorry, but we do need to get on.
I know.
But thank you for your patience, too, because it's very late.
No. Thank you for.
Thank you. All right, fine. Last preliminary, 11 Quincy Street, Chevy Chase. Is there staff report? A quick one.
Yes, there is, Madam Chair. But before you go, Augusto, I will get you comments synthesized from them tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch.
My final question is, when is your next meeting in February?
The 12th.
So we'll talk about.
Yeah, we'll get you deadlines and everything. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the last item this evening. This is a preliminary consultation for 11 Quincy Street in Chevy Chase Village. It's a non-contributing resource to the district, constructed circa 1941. This has to follow the Chevy Chase Village Historic District Design Guidelines, Chapter 24A, and the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing house and construct a new single-family house. This is the existing house. It's a ranch, designated as non-contributing. Existing site plan. We have the proposed site plan here. The new house. We have house floor plan here. We have the attic and the roof plan. The dormers are on the north side, so they're facing away from the street. The front elevation with the front porch here, primary access. Rear elevation. And then the left and the right elevations. So staff finds the design guidelines support demolition of non-contributing resources within the village, and there's nothing architecturally significant that should preclude the HPC from approving its demolition. The setback of the proposed house appears to be approximately 5 feet further from Quincy Street than the existing house, which would be an improvement. And staff finds the proposed materials, including concrete foundation, boral trim, slate shingles, wood double-hung and casement windows, copper gutters and downspouts, and brick chimneys are all compatible with the character of the district. Staff finds the house design and form are generally compatible with the character of the district and utilize architectural elements that are also found throughout the district. The one drawback is staff cannot analyze the overall compatibility of the house without dimensions and recommends that the applicant complete a streetscape study for the next submission to historic preservation, whether that's a subsequent preliminary consultation or HOP, based on the guidance from the HPC. So staff requests feedback from the HPC regarding the compatibility of the proposed design, the appropriateness of the placement on the house and its apparent size, the appropriateness of the materials, and any other recommendations. The staff report included additional identified requested materials, including a streetscape study, dimensional plans that include lot coverage and setbacks, information on any grading, site alterations, and/or hardscaping, complete spec pack, which is required with the HOP, and then a report detailing any tree removals and new tree plantings on site as a form of mitigation. And I will answer any questions that you have at this time.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Galway.
Do we know if this would require any removal of trees?
That's a question better posed to the applicant.
Fair enough.
Any other questions? If not, the applicant can come forward. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Neil Thompson, you will have 7 minutes to speak. Just identify yourself for the record.
Sure. Neil Thompson, architect. And I'll make this brief. Appreciate the work the staff did. I think the report was very thorough. We're early in the process here. So we do a lot of work in the Chevy Chase Village. We're particularly excited about this one. We wanted to get in early. We were arrived at this concept rather early through some study and found that the L-shaped configuration of the house plan was actually pretty optimal for the lot. It's a bit of a narrower lot. It's an infill lot. The L allows for better penetration of natural light, air, and addresses the streetscape rather nicely, and is which is a sort of a defining characteristic of the village. We are at work addressing some of the staff's initial comments, specifically getting a landscape architect engaged, working on overall site planning. Excited to share further development on that with regard to planting, green space, et cetera. But tonight, we're sort of eager and excited to hear just sort of initial thoughts from the commission on the design and the compatibility.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Is there any question for the applicant? Commissioner Galway still has some energy left.
No, I was just following up. Would this new house on the existing site require any trees to be removed?
So potentially, I think there's a maple tree in the rear that we are working with the village arborist on currently with our civil engineer to do a tree study, impact of that root system. The current tree is rather close to the back of the existing house. There's a sunroom off the back. There's some pavement that's been upset. It doesn't look like it's in great health. However, that's being studied. There's a couple trees on the property lines, east and west, that we would likely try to preserve. Some of them are in shared property line usage. The maple in the rear is probably the one under the most threat. We shifted the house back 5 feet, as staff mentioned, primarily to allow for a front porch. Village standards do not allow for front porches to exceed beyond the BRL. That's a little bit of a different overlay than Montgomery County. So that sort of precluded, we could pull the house forward 5 feet and seek a variance, but that seemed unlikely. And so we opted to sort of locate the house as we have it. And I think that maple is the one that is probably under the most threat. But we will have more information on that from the
All
village.
right, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Damiani.
Thank you. Hi, this is Commissioner Dominiani. I'm sorry if I missed it. Can you comment on, or maybe you're not at this stage yet, materials for the siding of the house?
Yeah,
Or perhaps other materials, including maybe the roof or the columns?
Sure. A little early, but roof will be slate, Vermont or a Spanish slate. And typically on wood houses like this, we would do a painted cedar or a painted mahogany. Some of that is sort of cost dependent when we get to that budget side, but it'll be a real painted wood material.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Commissioner Pelletier.
This relates to the street study, which would be really helpful. And also maybe some photographs of zooming out to see like what is next door. But in general, where you've got the face of the front porch, does it line up with adjacent houses? Like, does it keep a street wall as you're going down the street?
As you're facing the house to the left is pretty far over. It's a double lot, and that house is located on the far western side of the property line. So there's an empty lot basically to the west. The house to the east of this is pretty close to lining up with where we are.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, a street study would be really helpful.
Commissioner Doman.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Doman. On square footage, is this house similar to the ones to the right and ones to the left? I know, again, if we had a streetscape that would help us out, but size-wise, are we looking at something that's really big relative to the houses next to you, or are they about the same?
It's probably scale-wise a little smaller. The adjacent lots are much bigger, and they're larger houses. We have a narrower lot here, and so it just presents itself a little differently. In terms of size, it's about 6,500 square feet in total.
Wow, okay.
That includes basement and attic.
Okay, and there's no garage, if I see that correctly?
There will probably be a little one-car, located detached in the rear that we'll follow up with in the coming submissions. That's being worked out as we deal with site planning and getting a landscape on board.
The drawing in front of us, we have the proposed site plan. It shows the driveway. That driveway will be part of your submission then?
Correct.
Okay, but no garage, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Haynes.
I was just curious as to what the ceiling heights are for the first and second floors.
Sure. First floor is 10 feet. Second floor is probably 8 or 9, close to it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we will go to our comments. I'll happily start off. I think this is a very nice, elegant plan and elevations. Just very nice development entirely. And I'm particularly impressed, as much as I complain about great rooms and all, I actually like the fact that your family room is large enough to be a ballroom, but your living room is small and kind of tucked over to the side. This is a house meant for entertaining, obviously, and it flows for some very elegant entertainment. And you have that lovely large screen porch in the back. So with what you've presented, your plans, I think this is lovely, and I really like your third floor plans for the bedrooms, because you've managed to get some really interesting bedrooms up there as well. So well done, and I look forward to you coming back. Would anybody else like to comment?
Sure.
Commissioner Galway.
Yes, Commissioner Galway, if you're not careful, you won't be able to tell that it's not old, or that it's,
It's the new old house. That's what we aim for.
I support it. I think that there's a lot good about it, so I'll leave it at that.
More comments? Commissioner Haynes?
I concur with the other commissioners. I think you've done a nice job in the massing of a very large house and keeping the massing under control. And there are certainly houses that present a larger front. And so I concur that it's well scaled for the street, and the breakdown of the massing is quite nice. So that's all I got.
Commissioner Radu?
Just a few minor comments. I agree with the previous comments. It's in general a pretty nice design. I think would be nice if you would look a little bit at says left elevation. There's a dormer there that looks very awkward to me. And when I look at the roof plan too, it just seems odd, and I don't know how much you can see it from the street. So pending, I mean, you're basically saying that there is the house on the one side, it's very far away, so I assume you can see it. I like that this classical design, but I'm looking at your facade, and to me, it seems like a little odd, just this main part of the facade that's the closest to the street that has in the center a blank wall. And I look at the plan and I understand what it is, but I don't know, like, put a decorative something. It just seems like classical things don't have a blank thing in the center. But I mean, not that would be a reason to, I mean, you can do whatever you want
Sure,
and just
yep.
do it.
Yeah, point
It's-
taken.
Yeah. So just that. Thank you.
Any last comments? If not, Commissioner Pelletier.
I was just wondering if maybe he could work with the other guy that went before him, give him some lessons about breaking down the massing, because I think this is really good. This is exactly what we were talking about in the previous hop, is how, how to make interesting spaces inside and break down the outside. So I commend your design. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you for making our last review of the evening a very pleasant.
Boy, that was quick.
Yeah, and we appreciate it very much, and thank you for your patience.
Sure, thank you.
We should figure out a way on these nights to like text people to come back and they can go out and have dinner someplace. All right, so we're done. We have 20 minutes.
We have meeting minutes, which Commissioner Dominiani said that he read during the work
Would you like to make a
session.
motion? Would you like to make a motion?
Unfortunately, I have a question about them based on what I read, and this is true. It notes that for commission action number 1 for the hops, I think the summary approval of several, that Chair Sutton made that movement, but I believe, Chair Burdett, that was you who made the movement, according to my notes. Could that be true?
There were, let me just get this open real quick.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that it was noted correctly.
Yep, of course. And I have my handwritten notes upstairs, so are you?
Which one? This is December 18th?
Yeah.
No, you are correct, Commissioner Dominiani. That was an error on my part with it. So the hops were,
I would have done it.
the motion to approve was made by the vice chair, by Karen.
Okay.
Nice catch.
So with that, then, I would move that we approve these minutes with that slight correction, noting that, in fact, it was Vice Chair Burdett who made that motion.
I second the motion. This is Chair Burdett seconding the motion. All in favor say aye.
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 And that passes. And do we have commission item or staff items?
There's real quick. History conference is coming up. If you haven't gotten the email about that from Montgomery History, they are always looking for judges for History Day. This is the high school, middle school History Day programming. It's wonderful. I'm happy to send out an update on that.
Please do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Meeting adjourned.